Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing? I love that song, Johnny Diamond Hands. How is everyone? If you guys haven't gotten a chance, you can check out the daily DD. I kind of went over the price action I expect and the technical indicators that I looked at this morning. Sorry that took me so long. I was like trying to go through everything and still make coffee and get ready for the day. Please approach them at your own risk. Uh, Hello, I just got back from vacation. Nothing crazy until I finally got cell reception, so that was nice. Miss watching the stream. Missed you, Wes. Welcome back, man. Kaiser Dan, thank you so much. Bring the shares and tickers of conquered companies to my city steps. You insult my Gurk. You threaten my apes with slavery and death. Oh, I've chosen my words carefully, Kenny. Perhaps you should have done this. Kenny, this is blasphemy. This is madness. Oh, okay. I see what you're doing here. You're writing like a whole fucking script. Nice. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. Why are the Dans doing shit today? What's going on? I just ordered like a breakfast sandwich, which I'll get here probably closer to lunchtime. I'll say something. How many of you didn't think I was coming back after last night's Reddit post? I noticed a lot of people talking about that in the Discord. You think I'd just leave you without telling you? Remember those days when we had 200K pre-market volume? Today's one of those days. Silver Reserve. So, I do have some position management that I need to handle this morning, and I'll let you guys know about that. Kaiser Dan, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Welcome to the Dillionaires, dude. Hit me up over on the Discord, and I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club after the stream is over.
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo money sucks.
You told us you'd get us through FOMO. I will. I said up until forced liquidation. You can't really FOMO once forced liquidation's going on. I played your Dillionaire song, Kaiser Dan. Don't come at me like that. I rewatched the entire 8-hour stream this morning waiting for you to come back. Thanks, Multi Blues. Oh, nice. All right. I just filled 40 more shares at 204.95. Cool. My WeBull is showing only 88K volume at the moment. Yeah, it's 205,000. Wing Guybrush emoji. Oh, that's right. I have it. Hold on. I'll try to get that added before the stream. Um, Call volume yesterday was insane. People are yellowing shitloads of money over on Wall Street bets. So I think today, also the news is like, what happened to GameStop? GameStop moving on no news. Um, so I think we're gonna see some FOMO happen today. Right. Where's my downloads? All right, Guybrush 3 Pickle now available to use. I'll pop over to Monday stream, just down dude it, and then leave. I'm sorry, Sir Guybrush. I'm ready for the last intro. Good morning. So how long do I have before market open? Like 10 minutes. Let's go over what's going on GameStop and what kind of price action we can expect for today. So CVVWAT picked up this morning. We're starting to see some arbitrage with foreign markets. I think we hit the outer signal line, but we haven't hit the inner signal line. We haven't hit the outer signal line yet. Here is today's forecast, if you will. So as you can see, sunny with a chance of 300. Looks like our possible low for today around 185. Possible high around 291.54. I still can't accurately estimate at the rate at which the price is moving now, but it's much faster than before. So 294 could easily be a test of 300 and a push above. All right, tone it down, Starlight. Save that for your other Discord. Snowcase, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, man. I appreciate that. Ah. Oh, it's working. Sick. I know, I did a thing. Ha! On the day of MOASS, you can finally become fully transparent very slowly, just like the meme guy with the peace sign, and then end the stream. Oh god, Twitch alerts. I think it was automatic. I don't know. You're ditching your Baba calls? What did Baba do in the AM? I didn't even look. No. Yeah, it could definitely gap up. I mean, yeah, I don't have that much money in on it, so it's not a huge deal either way. Did you write Crayons new TD? No. It did work, like K. He's finally figuring out basic streamer stuff just in time to stop being a streamer. I mean, based on the weekly TA right now, Domijit, it looks like even if we do pull back, we're pulling back to like maybe the 250, 275 range by end of week. It doesn't really look like we're going to be staying down here below the share offering. I can't decide between buying GME shares or end of week call. In your opinion, how risky would a 300 call for this Friday be? Much love. It could print if we run hard. I don't know. I mean, it's definitely risky, right? It's a 2 DTE option, so it carries risk, but I mean, that risk might not be relevant if we rip super hard. But if we don't hit 300, it's going to print only on IV, so you have to pay very, very close attention to your position because you'll lose a lot of value on any turnaround at a resistance. Thanks, Ben. I appreciate that. That's what I love to hear in the morning. Yeah, like the stream or Boof a watermelon, your choice. That guy backed out. What a bitch. You never saw Rick of Spades do that. Do you think there's a high probability of 330 strike calls printing with an expiry of this Friday? I mean, they can print on volatility. I don't know if they'll print on like I don't know if they'll go in the money. So that's the risk you have to take with those like far out of the money calls like that. Oh, MACD has just begun its turnaround, by the way. So if we go out to the daily, and MACD, pull up MACD. So it's just starting to pick up as it approaches the zero line, indicating that we're just at the beginning of a much longer and continuous uptrend with ever increasing volume and volatility. And additionally, if we take a look at our stochastic RSI and you compare this to the last run up, we're still just in the very, very early stages, like right around here. Lots of room to go until we hit oversold. As a matter of fact, our intersection point that occurred here and reoccurred here occurred much earlier. So there's actually more range to run up than there was previously. And then if you want to know more about all of those, there's information in the weekly DD, which is pinned down below. Also, let me update the daily DD in the description. Another note, Han will be taking a few days off for personal reasons, so she may not be around. So it's just Carl, Zakir, and Grizzled for the mods right now. Also, big shout out to them. Thank you guys so much. Oh, we're well over 200K in pre-market volume. We're at 221 right now. Is RSI calculated relative to the available float reported? Like standard RSI? I forget the equation. Standard RSI should just be based on price movement. Shouldn't be relative to the float. Double down. What the fuck? Okay. The stream things don't work. Thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale, dude. Not a Cornishon. I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Thank you, man. That's super awesome. I guess if you're not a member already, hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to like the Pigeon Whale room and the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as the stream's over. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Praise be to VWAP. Carl for Pontiff. Okay, let me confer. I got a 165 expiring Friday and a 210 expiring September 17th. Think I should roll the 165 or just wait until September 17th? Exercise the 210 if we're up. I mean, you can roll the 165 if you want, or you can sell it. It's up to you. Yeah, no problem, man. My WeBull is showing higher volume because I have I paid for like the upgraded data feed. so that we can see the dark pools print. So if you're on Webull also and you don't have the NBBO order flow, your volume and candlesticks are going to be a little different initially. Oh yes. $70,000 shares available to borrow this morning. So all of yesterday's price action and only 93,000 shares were returned throughout the course of the day, 30,000 of which were borrowed in the AM. If we're at Thermopylae, does that mean Dillonitis is coming back? It's Dillonitis. Hella. But maybe. Do you want him back? Yes, bring him back. Hella of Troy. Spurting. Yeah, I see that. $750 likes, 1,400 watching, unacceptable. If you guys could drop a like or subscribe, it's a huge support to the channel, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Almost 1 million volume. It's sincerely held belief that if you boof a pickle, the MOASS will instantly be triggered. Take one for the team, homie. I'm not. I'm not boofing a pickle. That's fucking nasty. You can boof a pickle if you want to take one for the team. Our shorts will blot out the sun. Then we will buy in the shade. That was told you in confidence, Pineapple Danza. Twinkle Toes, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire. Hold on, let me see if the Streamlabs thing does the appropriate stuff. Okay. Oh, no, it's still doing the Cornichon thing. Okay. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire. Hit me up over on the Discord and I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as the stream is over. I appreciate the support.
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo Money sucks.
Hmm. I didn't pick up my coffee grinder. I was too busy. Yeah, I saw yesterday's short volume was 63%. Okay, we didn't have more short sales than buys. That just means we had a 13% net short carryover. Oh, do you have anything to say to the GME critics that claims this run up is related to the earnings cycle, not shorts covering? We don't even know when the fucking earnings date is yet. It's ridiculous. Also, there's no fucking way in hell GameStop's earnings are good enough to equate to a, $50 rise in price in one fucking day. I think it was 57 at the peak, right? We could bring out the MOASS button this week, maybe. They bumped up the earnings date to sometime in August. I don't see anything filed since July 1st. What'd you do to my boy? Don't worry about it. It's all good. I don't know what tool you're referring to, Matthew. Did they just waste all the borrowed shares immediately? Maybe. I don't know if they have any borrowed shares. Or at least not from the sources that we're aware of. Does anybody have Active Trader open right now? See if Fidelity lent out any shares. I mean, short attack, is it? It's kind of pathetic. Still at 1 million. Okay. So, yeah, I don't know where they would have gotten those from. I could check the options chain now. I kind of expected a short attack at open, so I'm not surprised. Hold on. Let me update Reddit real quick, and then I'll check the options chain. How much GME total is in ETFs? I don't know, 10% of the float. Ryan, you can send it to me on Discord. Mayo Lin. I mean, yeah. Looks like they hit some. Do you think it's because they try to kill FOMO on both, or is it linked to short hedge funds circle jerk shenanigans? No, it's to kill FOMO. You short the open to kill FOMO because everyone's hearing good shit about GameStop in the news. Everyone knows it ran yesterday, so they want people to think that's over, right? So they short as hard as they can on open, and then hope that that reduces the volume and interest for the remainder of the day. Thank you for that, LM. All right, let's look and see if they are shorting with options. Let's go to today. $7.2 million in calls. Okay, not quite $1 million, but close. Like $700,000 in the money puts came in. So that's some of the shorting that's occurring. Do you know what ETFs were being used to suppress GME and when they make good side plays? Not really, because they're not weighted strongly enough. But IWM, I think, is the main one. KO. That's been used to short GameStop. That's the one that's going to run closest. And then like the Russell one, but I can't remember what it's called. Moderna ripping. Yeah, I'm definitely not paying attention to other stocks today. It is though. It's up 5%. How's Pfizer doing? Fuck man, Moonwind just can't catch a break. I'm gonna go watch yesterday's stream. All right, Spartan. I'll see you later, man. Doing all right. 7 kicks. Thank you. Will you quit trading post MOASS? Probably. Bull flag on HD. Yep. That was a very nice open. HD's got some room to move. So if you guys are still in on that play, you have a shot. I sold at a loss yesterday. For 230, 917. That's not a bad strike or date. Simp. I don't hate that. I have some 225s for next week. I have 210s and 200s for the 17th. But those are kind of pricey now. The reasons to bias for side plays would probably be like, say, you've bought your shares of GME and you've bought your options of GME, and say you have like $500 left you want to invest, right? Like options on those ETFs might be significantly less money before MOASS actually kicks off. Like they might be like $50 a contract, right? But like if MOASS kicks off and the ETF spikes, those contracts could go way in the money, right? And so it's just like extra. Like also, some people have like 401ks and stuff that they can't directly invest in a stock. They have to choose like mutual funds weighted to GameStop or ETFs weighted to GameStop. Hey man, I'm sure this has been asked before, but what would happen with leverage positions during the squeeze? While most of my positions are normal shares, I still have quite a few on margin. Hmm. I don't know. You have to check with your broker about their margin requirements. I don't really use margin. I don't have any margin accounts, or at least I don't have any margin accounts that I have GameStop in. Um, so yeah, you'd have to check with your broker. They may be able to, in times of like high volatility, um, they may have like a stipulation where they can sell those assets. So yeah, I'd definitely contact my broker and find out what their specific um, rights are regarding your margined whatever margined assets you have. How would call options work during mass? You can sell them all the way until the peak, or you can cashless exercise, or sell to exercise, or um, sell to close, or not sell to close. Yeah, sell to exercise or cashless exercise those options on the way up, which puts additional pressure on the squeeze because then they have to find 100 more shares to provide, right? At a time when they're scouring the market for shares. But also you can sell the contract. As long as there's range on upward movement, the contracts will have value and liquidity because they still present a cheaper opportunity to buy the stock if the stock continues to move up. I'm not sure if they're a deliverable like options contracts to satisfy an FTD, but they might be. As options do constitute ownership. The ramp on the weekly is super stacked, except for the new contracts that came in today because those haven't updated yet. But 300's very good. 250 also good. From 200 pretty much all the way up to like 235, there's a pretty decent amount of open interest. Yes, Nexus graphics. Yeah, get it under 200. It's beneficial for them. Well, it'd be worth Alan Green. It'd be worth $500,000 a share, minus $400. So $499,600 per share. So times 100. Which is 50 million. Maybe Bat Bomber. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to eat breakfast because I didn't have any time this morning. We found a support. Historically, I don't think it is one. I could check. Um, actually, no. It's acted as a resistance previously, but never. Actually, right here, back in late March, early April. So yeah, there's some historical support there. Not a lot. I would say this could be confirmation of it if we have a solid turnaround. Is 194 a historical support? I have 195 and 192.50. But yeah, I mean, I guess it's within the range of those options. Resume violet upside, please. It looks like that's what's happening. ask on the IWR option I just got was 20, but filled at 4. Yeah. Nice. It could be, yeah. It's sloppy, but probably just from shorting. And we're moving back over VWAP, so looks good. I don't know yet, Eddie. In a minute, probably. We have a 250, 205C for this Friday. End of day today. Good to sell to more theta decay if out of the money. Yeah, I mean you can watch it right now, and then like roll it forward if you want to like next week. What's the theta on those? Yeah, I would look to maybe like roll it forward to the third or something. No, that's like a bear flag. Sort of. It doesn't even look like that. It's kind of just a turnaround. But it'll probably break down again. Like that's possible. Yeah, yeah. I'm rolling options. Mhm. I mean, we're in like a consolidation period, right? But I think we're just going to break to the upside. IWR. I mean, you can look up what ETFs GME is most heavily weighted in. Herva. What's your thoughts on the massive volume so far? I mean, it's okay volume. It's not massive. Think we'll hit 220 today. It's possible. I kind of expect us to end the day somewhere around like the midpoint, like in the 260s. Well, Kip, Lebsock, not all shorted stocks will short squeeze. GameStop is a good investment because the likelihood of it short squeezing is significantly higher. Whereas things like AMC, not so much. The price entry is not relevant. Uh, if you have a 150 to 180 cost basis, you have the same cost basis as pretty much everyone else. But that's up to you. That's how I feel about the position. You have to make that decision on your own, obviously. Is that a Head and Shoulders? This might be the Head and Shoulders, right? How low can we potentially go, or did I miss my opportunity to buy the cheapies? I mean, anything today that trades below VWAP is a like solid buy opportunity. So like this is because once we turn around and cross solidly, there's a very good chance we continue upwards. Riley, how far behind on chat am I? Looks like FTXD 5.6% GME, but does it have options? Yeah, I see that. Thanks, Carl. I've never heard of VWAP. What does it mean? Volume weighted average price. Think you're gonna keep using HA candles during MOASS? Maybe. That's kind of up in the air. Probably because I mean I know I'm used to them. So it doesn't really bother me either way. I can just like mouse over the candlestick to get the data I need. But yeah, I guess if you're not very experienced with them, I wouldn't say they're the best idea. Guy brush and a dress for 300 end of day. But JFresh, what if we just have 300 end of day anyway? Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna fix those stream alerts real quick. Um, okay. Right. For Double Down, who became a pigeon whale earlier today, let's try to test this, I guess. Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. There we go. Much better. Epic. Do you think firms like Apex will extend an ACAX transfer to lend shares for a couple days during said transfer? Um, hmm. Maybe. That's hard to say. I guess it would depend on how much risk that presents for them. Oh, all thanks to Light K. Light K hooked up with me last night on a stream and helped me set all those up. That was pretty cool. Let's get a wedge. Can we get some lines? Oop. You know what? Starlight, we might have enough fucking volume today to actually draw lines on the chart again. But I'm afraid we're going to break out of the wedge before I get to draw the lines. Ah. It's technically there would be a better breakout point. How do you know when a hedge fund gets margin called? You don't? I mean, you can watch the charts and see if a shitload of buy volume comes in out of nowhere. Do you think trailing stop losses? No, trailing stop losses super dangerous. Here's why. Say you go into a halt and you have a trailing stop loss set, right? The price halts. When that price opens, the volatility on that candle can be very high, right? And so you're back 10% and the low end of that volatility is at 10%. You'll sell and then the price can continue to rise upward. Not to mention, when your sale triggers, because it's a trailing stop loss, it'll trigger and sell at a market order, which means that you can sell at any range that the stock is currently trading at. God, that looks like a mess. Yeah, stop limit's much better, but all trailing stops are very dangerous because of volatility. Should we watch MOASS on the 1 minute? Yeah, you can watch it on the 1 minute and you can confirm trends on the 5. But I would primarily focus on the 1 minute. Have you already written that big DD you were talking about like a month ago? Most of it. Yeah, I think that could be too small. Johnny LaRue. And strictly going into halts, they're very, very dangerous because like as soon as the halt opens, the like range of volatility on the following candle can be really, really high. Don't be shy, Pi if I post it. Do I need to? TA doesn't work. I know, I can see that. Lemur, go hiss hiss. What can I say? I like the stream. Thanks, Kirk. Thanks, Lemur. I appreciate that, man. What is it called when I keep telling myself I have enough GME, but I just keep averaging up for no particular reason? It's called being a boss. Not sure if you saw, I've been familiar with my broker's physical location for a while. Just noticed 2 businesses over is a Wendy's. Oh, awesome. So after you make some sales during MOASS, you can head over there and pick up a Dan and take it home. Perfect. Oh yeah, guys, let me fucking tell you. Count the zeros in whatever orders you're placing. Like before you place the order, confirm it. Like don't just panic and click okay. Confirm the order, check it. The time spent making sure that you haven't input anything incorrectly will make you more money than you will lose in that like one like couple seconds that it takes you to just double check it. Because you're going to be nervous, shaky, your adrenaline's going to be way up, you know. So just breathe, confirm the order, make sure everything's the way you want it before you place it. Can you cancel the trailing stop loss when it halts? Yes. Still shouldn't have one. Like if it's gonna drop enough to trigger your trailing stop loss, it'll halt on the drop, right? But it could halt up, like especially before we reach forced liquidation during that like crazy high FOMO phase, right? Um, it can halt while going. Oh goddamn Epic Pen! Hold on, this is the worst program. It can halt while going down, and then like after the halt releases, it can just run right back up again. So you could have a halt, an upward halt into a downward halt, and then more up, right? Like the FOMO stage is going to be very very volatile. That's probably the stage at which everyone's at the most risk of panicking or like the psychology of the market is at its strongest, right? Because once forced liquidation starts to occur, it's just only up, right? It's like up, halt, over and over, and like that's much easier. You just sit there and watch it. I have this feeling that I'm going to spend the next several days explaining the exit DD, but you guys could just go read it. No one's asked me a question that I didn't answer over there already. Was also fulfill on a higher price, right? Yeah. So if you have a stop limit, so if you have a stop limit set, right, and the price drops below your limit or your stop, but doesn't hit your limit and bounces like really hard, right? Your limit can fill anywhere from here up, from your limit price up. So say it triggers your stop and then gaps up, right? So it comes down, triggers the stop, and then gaps up. Your limit order can fill on that gap up. Oh, look at us go. I'm going to update Reddit real quick, guys. Would there be a very small chance of a canceled order being filled before the cancellation hits the market? Yes. And that's why I said don't set trailing stop losses during periods of high volatility. Honestly, what do you expect the price to reach? I think it can go pretty fucking high. I mean, I would say that I expect at least, at a minimum, I think it'll hit a million. But I think that it's gonna, like, ultimately gonna end up going much, much higher than that. Like over a million initially. But then I think during that, like, I kind of spoke to you guys like a couple weeks ago about that negotiation phase, right? And like how we're gonna move up, plateau, move up, plateau. During that phase, I think it can go significantly higher. I mean, we're looking at like probably uh around 300% short. And in addition to that, you know, we own multiples of the float. And you know, there's share lockup. There's enough share lockup that like whatever the highest possible peak is, we'll hit it. But whether that peak be at 9 million or 28 million, the reason I wrote my exit strategy the way I did is that it prepares you for whatever price it ends up at, right? 15, 12. I mean, like, if you follow the technical indicators, those are separate from the price. Just bought puts on Epic Pen. I wish I could. We're at 4.5 million volume already. How to negotiate with financial terrorists. Can you go into details about share lockup and when they're allowed to sell? Well, ETFs have to maintain their weight of a stock, right? So ETF shares won't be sold. Insider shares won't be sold. Those are like locked up essentially. Additionally to that, you know, there's probably like, you know, people that own GameStop that are unaware of the situation. Probably not a lot of them, but there are probably some. You have people that are unaware. Sorry, Dr. K, 1 second. You have people that have died. And their shares are in probate. And then you just have people that aren't fucking selling, right? There will be people that just even at those levels will not sell. I have shares that I bought back in November that I never intend to sell. So, you know, the fact that they need 100% of the shares available and 100% of the shares aren't available means that this will squeeze to its maximum potential. I'm not selling 100% of my shares. Good on you, man. All right, let me see what Dr. K had to say. It's usually interesting. Did you just refer to a Dan as an it? Lol baller. I wonder how many Dans picture you rolling up behind a Wendy's to take a special Dan home. Also, can you confirm or deny a Dan is a single entity sharing a hive mind or a Dan centipede of one body and mind? Oh, they share a hive mind, which are the elder Dans. The elder Dans are the primary thinking units. And there are two of them, as far as I know. They also have a queen, and that's how they rehypothecate. Can you come explain all of this to my wife tonight, please? She's not on the schedule. I think you're looking too opaque today. I think you need to increase your transparency a little. Not yet. Popcorn lung? What the fuck am I gonna get popcorn lung from? When Gherkin picks up a Dan from a Wendy's, it's almost always me. Thank you, Sean Daniels, rehypothecated pigeon whale. Understanding this isn't financial advice and pure speculation, what number of shares do you think someone would need to hold for a life-changing amount of cash monies post MOASS? I think the people with X and XX shares will hold the longest. I think these people will ultimately see the highest gains because they have nothing to lose and everything to gain. And for them, every sale counts, right? Like people with like quad X and like 5X, like these people could sell a little bit all the way the fuck up, right? And still have like quad X at the peak. So for these people, their sales have to matter. And ultimately, this is the majority of people in this, like by a long shot, like 75 or 80%. So it's going to be interesting. But yeah, I mean, maybe only one or two shares. I mean, it depends on what life-changing money means to you. And how well you can trade the peaks, right? I'm sorry for doubting your decision to mod Carl. He's been great so far. Did you enjoy the Shining video? I had to learn After Effects for it. It was amazing. And yeah, Carl's been a great mod, and I knew he would be. Okay, so we're just going up now. This is cool. With this Dan lore, we should publish a game or write a book. The Dans are writing a book. It's over on the subreddit for this channel, which is our Dillionaires, and you can search the Book of Dans, and you will get part 1 and 2. I think part 3 soon to be released. Pineapple Danza, what's going on with part 3 of the Book of Dan? Lowest number of shares to become a billionaire? Billionaire. Tough. You could do it with XX. If you traded perfectly, you could possibly become a billionaire with XX. I know a lot of people are going to be like, oh, like infinity pool or whatever, but like realistically, if you traded perfectly, maybe XX could get you to $1 billion. Does anybody need to be a billionaire? I don't know. I do. I really want to be one. But that's so I can spend my time fucking with other billionaires. Carl has not chugged wine yet today. I don't think he needs to. He drank the red away, right? We're up. Give the man's liver a fucking break. Well, Carl's not a Dan, right? I didn't mod a Dan. Sorry I'm so far behind in the chat again, guys. So that's, I don't know, I guess what I'm trying to explain is that there is no prisoner's dilemma here. There is enough share lockup that GameStop is going to fucking squeeze to the moon. It doesn't matter what the fuck people do or sell, or none of that matters. Because ultimately, at the end, enough people will be holding that it will reach the peaks. And anybody that sold before then will have just lost out. First off, you missed my super chat. Scroll back and apologize to the Dans. There are 3 elder Dans, myself, Daniel Rock, and Daniel Taylor. Okay, I apologize. Second, the 3rd chapter of the, hold on, fucking ridiculous bullshit with the Dans. I'm not gonna apologize to the Dans. Will be released before the end of the week. It will feature a guest appearance from Carl. This is amazing. J Money, give my arch nemesis Carl mod was a horrible mistake. This is financial advice. Thank you, J Money. I'll take that into consideration. How many queens do you guys have? That's the real question. Like, how many separate hives of Dans are there? Hold on one second, guys. Can it take days for your order to process? No, but if we're in the middle of forced liquidation, so this is what I was talking about with Jamie from over at Trade Spotting. If we're in the middle of a period of forced liquidation, and the stock is just running super hard, and you place an order to sell, that order is going to go at the back of the line, right? And so if, say, it halts and goes up and halts and goes up and halts, like, it may be that your order doesn't fill for several, like, steps on the way up. And in which case, you know, it kind of inadvertently turns paper hands into diamond hands because you could have order fill issues. That's more of an aside than like something that's going to definitely happen to a lot of people, but I hear the billionaires have a WhatsApp group where they laugh at poor people. Oh, you mean like pigeon whales? Or but like real life pigeon whales? It's very admirable, Jim. When you say trading, are you referring to selling and then getting back in, or just selling? Maybe a dumb question. I mean, I'm referring to selling. I guess you could try. I mean, like, that's ambitious, but I guess you could try it. I don't know if I'd want to, like, buy back in the peaks. That's going to be risky as hell. So we're consolidating a bit. Seems like they want to hold the line at 225. Carl is a Trojan horse, Dan. You knew this when you modded him. David, he is not. Carl's a pretty good guy. Also, you know, I can unmod people. It's not like ultimate power, right? It's just moderator. My broker doesn't have stop limits. Can you replicate the effect using limit orders? No. But what you can do is if you don't have stop limits and you only have limits and you hit the peak. Hold on. I gotta reset Epic Pen every time I draw something today for some reason. So you hit the peak, right? And you start to get that pennant forming. What you can do is you can wait until the end. You can set up an order, but don't place it, a limit order, below this, right? And then if it fails the resistance line at the bottom, you can place the order and fill, right? And so like you become your own stop. Right? So normally when you have a stop limit, the stop triggers the order, right? So if you don't have the stop, like that trigger, you have to trigger it yourself. If that makes sense. So basically you set the whole order up and then just don't hit, like you don't place it until you have a confirmed breakdown of the pennant. No pattern day trader violations on cash accounts. Only GFVs, which means that you cannot sell things purchased with unsettled cash until that cash is settled. Does this action fall in line with your secret DD? Yeah. It's a little more voluminous than I expected right off the bat, but I saw the Crayon DD. He talked about some things that are correct. But there's I feel that there's a significant aspect of that that's being missed. Like that's not everything. That's a part. I was kind of hoping Dave Lauer would get back to me actually because I think the question I might be able to ask him. You know, actually I could probably reach out to some people at my school maybe. I don't know. Do you think the biggest potential for drastic drops during MOASS will be at the highest at market open? Probably. The overnight effect on like the psychology of people selling is pretty strong. Swing trend continues. I have some 230C January 2022. What price target should I be calling Fidelity to exercise? Sell to exercise. Probably don't want to just sell the contract. So if you want to sell to exercise, $23,000 would be the price at which you just get 100 shares out of your contract. At 11,500, you would get 50 shares, so on. No, I didn't fix it. I'll try to fix it afterwards. I have a recording of the whole thing that I can just upload. I'm not sure what happened with it though. YouTube fucked it up somehow. Can fill in the range from the limit to the stop. Example, 1 million stop. 975 limit. It can fill that 25K range up to 1 million. Yeah. So wherever you have your, say you're trading right now and you have your stop placed at 240, 250, right? Oh man, that's annoying as hell. So you have your stop here at 240, 250. And your limit here at, say, like 237, right? When the stop triggers, the limit immediately goes to market, right? So the limit will fill at whatever the price is trading at, best price available above 237. The only risk with these is if your limit isn't low enough and the price falls through your limit too fast, you'll have to place another order. You'll have to cancel this and place another order lower. So you want to make sure that you give yourself some range between the stop and the limit. That way it will catch the falling price. But yes, it will fill at the range above it. So whatever the price is, whatever it's trading at above the limit price. So it's kind of like a one-directional market order. Like it can only fill to the upside of the limit. But it will fill completely to the upside of that limit. So, if it's at 1 million and your stop's at 97 or your limit's at 975,000, right? And you place your and your limit order goes to market, and say the price is trading at like 980,000, you'll fill at 980,000. So you'll fill above your limit. He wasn't wrong. There's just facets of all of that that are missing. I didn't say he was wrong. PK. There are some things that it's hard to say because there's no proof of any of it. So I guess there's really no point. But there's a lot of other factors besides that. That's not the only factor affecting the stock movement. And I don't just mean, I mean from like the derivatives perspective, it's not the only factor. I'm not talking about just the trading of the actual shares. I think it will face significant resistance at 350 again. Why do you think it topped out around there the last 2 times? Sorry if already answered. I don't know. Like, we didn't have a lot of resistance going into the last run up at 350, The issue was that immediately after testing 350, there was a share offering, right? And so the price tanked. So I think had there not been a share offering, we would have turned around and tested 350 again, probably breaking through. This time, especially if there isn't a share offering, it's very possible that we just break through. Like the buy pressure at that price is weak, but so is the sell pressure. Dave Lauer's luscious locks. I'm Dave Lauer. What do you want help with? DM me on the Discord. Dave Lauer's luscious locks. Anything new on CVView app? Yeah, we touched the if you check the daily DDA Berna, we hit the inner signal line this morning. And then what we want to hit is the outer signal line. So if we get enough arbitrage throughout the day today, we could hit that. You have to cancel your order and place it again. Hey, Burra. I don't know. Call Schwab. More in the money puts coming in? Possibly. No. A lot of out of the money puts. None currently in the money. I didn't say Crayons DD is wrong. George Reed. I think the second share offering price will be this run-ups 180 fight. Already been rejected there twice. I mean, yeah. I said that in the morning DD. It was like one of the first things I said, right? Did I? I don't know. It seems to be where they want to hold the line. $225 is also tricky. Like, so this area between 200 and 225, even before the share offering, has always been kind of a dead zone. If you look at the historical volume data, like the volume runs up into 200 and then it kind of dies down and then it runs back up at 250. And so like this area here is kind of a lull in trading volume. Generally not a lot of open interest on the options chain. And not a lot of buying at market at this price range. So this is a very good place for them to hold the price of the stock. So David P, give it a second. I want to see if the Cornichon thing. Oh crap, son of a bitch. I didn't have it turned on. I want to see if it works. Give it a second. Okay, maybe not. Thank you so much for becoming a Cornichon, Sir David. I appreciate that, man. Did you say yesterday Vanguard has a max? Yeah, they have. You have to. I think you have to call in above 500,000. Andrew. What's the significance of out of the money puts? They are hedged by selling shares onto the market. So they create 100 naked shorts per contract. You mean in the money puts? The out of the money puts were in the money earlier. So when we went below 200 earlier today, they started buying $200 and 210 puts. Those are now out of the money. Sorry, I misread. I thought you meant in the money. Out of the money puts were because they were trying to drive the price down with in the money puts. And those are now also out of the money. So whatever capital they spent, $25 million or whatever over here to try to bring the price down and keep it below 200, they're now underwater on. They've suffered significant losses on this. Is this the highest viewership day on stream yet? I have no idea. There's a bunch of people hanging out. Hi, new people. If you guys could drop a like, helps the channel out. And if you want to see more of my content, subscribe, because that's cool. Hold on, Sir David. It might happen. It's just not working. All right, I'll just do it manually. I don't know why that didn't do it automatically. Thank you so much, man, for becoming a Long Johnson. I appreciate that, dude. For all of you like new billionaires and Long Johnsons and pigeon whales, make sure later today I'll put it up. Check out the community tab and set a reminder for the members only stream on Saturday. It'll be from 12:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time until 2:30 p.m. on Saturday. Can you draw a clown, Pickle? No, I don't like clowns. Are we playing a video game? Yes, we are. Games and Gains. It's kind of like an RPG. You just keep grinding shares until you're super powerful. Oh shit, we hit 9K subs. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. How about a pickle in a UFO? That would look weird. Kind of like a penis. Draw One Punch Man, Pickle. This is 230 plus, of the stock has a lot of options pressure. I assume there'd be less buying pressure as the stock entered higher price brackets. Actually, the buying pressure picks up historically on GameStop above like 225. Kind of peaking around like 250, 260, and then dipping back down as it approaches 300. You got to remember that there's people out there that buy Tesla shares every day, right? Like, I know it seems like, oh shit, GameStop's $200 a share. That's not that much. People buy Amazon and Google. Blocks of it. rich people, middle class, upper middle class. Not necessarily rich, but you know, well off. People with disposable income. Any thoughts on if a split is still on the menu to help trigger buy pressure? Hard to say. They have to announce it in advance. And just the announcement of a split on GameStop potentially could cause the short squeeze before the stock actually split. I mean, I guess that would depend on how you define rich. Normal rich or MOASS rich. I mean, I feel like millionaires, like sub multi-millionaires, like less than $10 million in assets, are like essentially middle class, right? Hold on one second, guys. Fucking bullshit. Very small inverse head and shoulders. I don't think so. I'm just wondering if we'll bounce off VWAP here or not. Give me a second, guys. I'm gonna head to the bathroom real fast. I'll be right back. I'm back. How are you guys accounting for inflation in our exit strategies? It's transitory. Didn't Chair Pow tell you? I have optioned the movie rights for Carl's heroic rise to mod. $150K available to borrow. I mean, it's still not a very relevant number given the volume we're trading. It looks like we might bounce off VWAP here. My plan for inflation is selling higher. George Headland, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. I appreciate that, man. Hit me up over on the Discord and I'll get you out into the Billionaires Country Club.
Money sucks.
It worked. Gerg, I love you. Thanks, Chicken Tender Daddy. Please drop pickle stick. Jon Snow. Thank you, Inking Ally. Yeah, Al, I think there was just like a error on YouTube or something, and it like chopped off the other half of the video after where I put the bookmark. So I'm gonna go see if I can fix that after the stream. I have a recording of the interview, so I can just upload the recording. At this point, we should all abandon the pickle theme since you got stuck with it against your will. Yeah, it's a little late for that. One step closer to you becoming a professional YouTuber, which will be the final catalyst. And for me to stop streaming. Yeah, those things are probably going to coincide. Finally, it worked. I know. I'm so excited. Stick Boy. Yes, it is Stick Boy. Simp for Stick Boy. Heavy crush to load up on cheaper calls to extend the ramp. Could be. All good, the element. Stick boy who ate really well. He had a big dinner. Oh, I got ramen last night. It was fucking amazing. Although, I do feel a little bloated today from the salt. Yesterday's high, today's high, double top. No. Double tops are generally like intraday. Maybe, but I think we're gonna break through and continue like ascending. Let's do a bearish divergence on, let's see, the 1 hour RSI. Minute. No, doesn't look like it. Looks like we're just gonna test it again. Quick update to Reddit, guys. It'd be very interesting if we break 225 around this time of day. Because the volume's like dropping off a bit. So, I mean, maybe the ideal is that we just kind of hold, but I guess we could. I'm up 3,000% on my 200 weekly. Should I hold longer as the price will likely continue up later into the week, or sell this afternoon to avoid some theta decay? I mean, I think your theta is just like 1, right? So you lose $100 a day for each day you hold it. David L. Cinco AI bot. Did you create another YouTube account to become a billionaire?
Hey, dude, welcome
Thank you so much, David. I appreciate it, man.
We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo Money sucks.
Shit didn't even get wild till 1 o'clock yesterday. Yeah, I know. I mean, we're up for the day already, so it's looking good. Double billionaire. I kind of want to know what he's up to. I feel like he's up to something. Hello, fellow humans. After MOASS, I'm sending you a big tip. That sounds very sexual. Digital good time. Is it? He's probably gonna hype his own posts. He's a pigeon whale and a billionaire. Elliott Wave guy on Twitter said end of day around 2:05. Do you agree? Why? Why not? Because Elliott Waves are fucking stupid. They're basically always wrong unless someone goes back in time and changes them. They're good at predicting like long-term trends, and that's about it. They're not very good on intraday like predictions, and then additionally, they're really bad on GameStop because GameStop doesn't generally follow traditional market psychology, right? As you know, we don't sell, and that greatly affects Elliott Wave theory. You have like more than 100% of the float locked up, and no one's selling, right? Rundown on why volume is so high. What's going on? Thanks. Well, yesterday began yesterday the quarterly option cycle began rolling over. And so that was part of the reason for yesterday's run up. But that's, you know, continuing into other things that are going to come into play over the next couple of weeks. Yeah, it was still a bounce off VWAP, Ben. You could sell stonks. Can. Shane McCartney, thank you so much for upgrading to Long Johnson, man. I appreciate that, dude. Make sure you check out the community tab for the announcement for this weekend's members only stream. I'll probably throw it up after the stream today. I'll, like, schedule it. So just keep an eye on that. Bum, 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 bum. So many of my friends say they covered in January. I don't know, man. Hopeless. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, don't discount, like, even though, like, we might all think the mainstream media is bullshit at this point, like, the average person doesn't. Oh, yeah, the bid-ask spread, even at the money, the bid-ask spread's like $1 right now. It's super wide. It's wider than it was yesterday. Jim Cramer tries to rationalize the rise in meme stocks. Best Weeble headline ever. Hmm. I don't know what to make of it, Nation. I mean, it's not like Citadel needs the money, right? It's not like they're like, oh shit, give me my money back. Um, it's possible that Melvin secured funding elsewhere. My favorite article from this morning during pre-market said GameStop is slipping after gaining 27% yesterday. But we're still up like 27% from yesterday. This might be an inverse head and shoulders. Yeah, descending wedge. But it's like a descending wedge that bounced and is moving into an uptrend. So like you have the wedge here, right? But this still plays out in it. That makes sense. Both patterns are present. It's bullish. Barron's actually wrote a positive article about us. I saw another one on like yesterday morning. There was like another like very positive article. I was kind of surprised at how positive it was. I think I posted it in the Discord or something. The wedge looks better on the 5. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, so anytime you have like kind of a loose technical pattern on the 1 minute, you can check the 5 minute to confirm it. Wasn't the play always for MSM to join in on the ape side when MOASS occurs? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, JC. This is the cycle of news media on GameStop. How wide should the range be on the stop and the limit? I'd say 2% down from the wicks on the pennant for the stop, and then 5% below that on the limit should give you plenty of space. That's very conservative. You could tighten that up, but they have a few times. They've touched on it, right? Because that sets a precedent for calling us that. No, it's still in the same descending wedge. Thanks, Carl. Can you get some more of that violet upside? Be patient. I'll prepare my energy for the fusion. You guys are so weird. No. The SEC could, ask GameStop to issue shares, but that doesn't mean GameStop has to. Justin Redente, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. I appreciate the support, man. Hit me up on the Discord, and I will get you added to the Billionaires Country Club after the stream. What's up, Kyle M? Welcome back, man. Can't understand when you talk through the Billionaire song. I said thank you. Okay, I'll just wait till after it's over and then say the stuff. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the Billionaires Country Club. So we might get if we can get another bounce on VWAP here, that's very good for a breakout. How is market psychology reflected in chart patterns? I can't get my head around it. Go read some books about technical analysis and like Dow theory, Elliott wave theory. Or articles. There's a lot of good articles written about it. I don't have time to explain it all on stream, but The information's there if it's something you're interested in. Maybe Streamlabs is just too loud. John Stein, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, man. I appreciate that, dude. I mean, those court documents aren't necessarily proof of anything. Like, that's just a filing. That evidence still would have to be submitted to the court. Oh, there it goes. Bit late. Yeah, pineapple dancing, I am. I expect the movement to be very similar to yesterday. Just take a quick second here and update Reddit. Range on the bid ask that would set alarms for you? I feel like we're kind of there. We're at like $1 on the bid ask spread. That's fucking nuts. And that's at the money. If we go out to here, it's like almost $20. Like 37 orders deep. But like $1, like over $1 at the money is fucking crazy. The stock's super illiquid. Did a little chase this week on the video at 222.50 for Friday. Got in for 199, out for 405. I capitalized him good. Nice, dude. You've just been having a fucking great week, haven't you, Windmill? It seemed like buy side was drying up for a second. Yeah, it's called consolidation. Are you aware of any precedent where the Feds halted trading and negotiate FMV for a short squeeze? It's happened in the OTC markets before. I don't know. I mean, so I guess somebody could look up the like history on that and see if it's happened to any like index traded equities, like major index traded equities. I don't think so, off the top of my head. I mean, it's not like everyone acts like. I mean, it's not going to crash the financial infrastructure, right? Like they'll just pack that shit up into debt, and then 5 years from now they'll sell that debt to someone else or use it as collateral for a loan. Like it's it's not going to end everything as we know it. Eventually, once enough time has passed, they'll foist it off on the taxpayers, stapled to some bill. Have you checked CVVWAP recently? I checked it this morning. I suppose I could check it again. Although we haven't had a lot of like volatile price action today, so I doubt that it's moved too much. Yeah, nothing crazy right now. We hit the both outer signal lines, but we haven't hit or the both inner signal lines, but not the outer signal line yet. So still not a huge amount of arbitrage going on, but a decent amount. George Afimi, thank you so much for the £3, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I know, Bob. Shitloads of contracts coming in deep out of the money. That's fucking Wall Street bets, right? Everyone over on Wall Street bets is buying super far out of the money calls. Okay, so we did get a double bottom. So we have a double bottom. We probably have our bullish divergence. Yep, right there. And then that should be our breakout from this wedge. So time to run. And the upper line of the wedge is here. Those of you that are curious. Probably. Actually, it's probably like right there. But that's like a confirmed breakout. We just moved over the 20 and 30 EMAs. So yeah, tons of 950. Yeah, it's a volatility play. So even if we run to 450, those are gonna print pretty hard. How much are those? Maybe I'll buy one. They can't be fucking cheap, right? What should I have left in here? Oh, that's right. What did I buy? Oh, those never filled. Seventeenth. 1100. Just buy one deeper in the money call. I'll just wait. Nope. Still no volume. Do you have to pay tax on YouTube money? I'm sure, right? 1,000 sell wall at 214. I mean, that's not super relevant. If we just don't have any volume right now. The volume's super low. So it started to pick up there and then it died off. Guess they weren't ready to push through. Spy's doing good. Not enough volume to confirm, Mac. So the volume should have picked up. It started to pick up, right? And then it just died off. So we would have needed that volume to continue to pick up. Which it is now doing. So it picked up, consolidated a little, and then it's picking back up again and bouncing off that like 20-30 EMA. So we'll see if it comes in here. Yeah, it's getting close to lunchtime. They might. At 165 strike calls expiring this Friday, up 1,200%. Would you hold or sell? I mean, I had 157.50s for this Friday, and I sold them and rolled them up and out. So I took the 157s for 827, and then I sold them for 5C for 9.3. Como Dash. So that's what I did with mine. I mean, you can sell them. You're up, right? You have like nice profits. But that's up to you, man. I can't tell you what to do with your options, unfortunately. But I can tell you what I did with mine, and maybe that gives you some semblance of an idea. FTXD contains 5% GME but has no volume in the options contracts. Will the volume pick up during MOASS and make it easier to close out of one of those calls? Maybe not. I would look for liquidity in the options chain before I bought into like a ETF bearing GME, but or ETF weighted to GME. It might though. It's possible. Just because it holds 5% GameStop doesn't mean that it has a lot of shares, right? Like it may only have like 100,000 shares. It depends on the size of the ETF. Some ETFs are like 1.7% GameStop, but they have like 3 million shares, right? Are you still expected to go further up today, or are we likely going to trade sideways? I still expect us to go up, Jeff. It's lunch, right? It's going to be slow. I literally just heard you say some not advice on options. I'm sitting on some deep in the money, at the money that expire this week. If it were you, would you roll to a higher strike time or cash out? I rolled. I expect the stock to keep going up. So I rolled up and out. If you don't think the stock's going to go up, then sell, right? I guess. I have confidence in my analysis. So, yeah, I increased my leverage and moved the position further out in time. You know what? Just for the memes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Haha. Psychotic. Thanks, Loki. I'm already up 22 bucks on it too, so I'm feeling good about it. I got a good fill. Volatility over with for today? No. It's just lunchtime. The stock's heavily institutionally traded, right? If institutions are responsible for like 90% of the action on GameStop and they're all at lunch. I didn't fix my mic, but or maybe I did. I don't know. I took the compressor off because it sucked. GME 420 for the memes. Yeah, and also the IV. And they weren't able to keep it under 200 this morning, so someone's going to get margin called. Probably. Smaller positions. Anybody who went short in the dip. Small funds and shit. Retail investors that are short. Like some shorts got eaten alive yesterday. Let me tell you. You're much better on mic now. I wish you're here because I can hear you. Hey, Gert, can you please give your thoughts when it's best to use log versus regular? So, I mean, you could just always use log, but you can use linear on stocks that don't have a lot of volatility. So if like whatever time frame you're looking on, if they haven't historically had a ton of volatility, then linear is fine. Like it won't be that much different. But technical analysis is generally more accurate on log chart because it scales the price, especially on anything that's had a large price movement. That's like GameStop, right? broke down. Some shorting going on here. 3 minutes. It's gonna be 3 minutes till I can see if it's from the options chain or just regular shorting. What is 1619? What fucking exchange is that? Bond market? Where the fuck are these orders coming from? $16.15. He's just not printing right away. Like, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I got 1619 and 1615 prints, and I have no fucking clue where they came from. It must be like a code number for the exchange, and then it's just printing afterwards. No, it's still showing as 1619. 1615. NAS, OTC. 1615. I have no fucking clue. It's Nomura? 4x4 equals 16. That's really not what that tweet was. I can't believe nobody's picked it up yet. That one was pretty fucking easy. Yeah, I've read the DD. I know. I cracked that code weeks ago. I just didn't think it was good to write about it. But he did anyway, so what are you gonna do? 4x4 equals off-road? No. April 4th, the price will be 1600. No. Jesus Christ. Tim, you're the closest. Jesus Christ. How many shares do you think international apes hold? I don't know. They did a survey on Super Stonk. A lot. I think my subs are over 9,000, Balani. Or someone told me they were. I don't know. I can't see it. You're buying a Jeep 4x4 after MOASS. No, it's not quad witching. Jesus Christ. It was so simple. I tweet you guys the simplest shit. Like, this is how I know that, like, the DFE and Ryan Cohen tweets are just constantly misinterpreted. Because I can tweet the most, like, direct hint, and the shit you guys come up with is all over the fucking place. Warden is only 16. He owes his sister $4,000. It's not dumb. It's just that, like, I might think it's direct, right? But, like, that doesn't mean it's super apparent to, like, someone who doesn't know what I'm trying to say. That's fair, Brandon. What's my post-MOASS investment plan? Well, I'm not going to tell anybody. I don't want to get front-run by a bunch of ape millionaires. Try to raise my cost average. That's half of it, Mark Reed. Look at that. Someone figured out half the tweet. What is sus call action? Are you calling my calls sus? Dragon Slayer? There's just no volume right now. The volume's dead. They shorted the stock a little bit. There aren't 4 weeks in a month fiscally. It's like, it's more. And Nutsaculon completes the tweet. Good job, man. And what day does that happen on? It was such a good tweet, too. Boom, which is how many days away from the day I tweeted? Come on, you can do it. God damn it. It's not 69 days. David! Nailing it on the head. 4 quarters, 4 rollovers, 16 trading days from the day I tweeted. Holy shit. Now can you figure out the rest of them? Look at that. Weeks before Crayons. Well, not weeks. Days. How's that not obvious? You've got insane. That was such a good tweet. Some people DM me that figured it out. $16 trading days. Not Saculon. Counting the day I tweeted it on. Because I tweeted it after midnight. No dates, guys. Eric S. I see you still can't count. What helps you to be calm? I mean, the vape pen just has nicotine in it, which is a stimulant. So that doesn't calm me down. I don't know. It's not very emotional about stocks. Money's fake. So why would you tie your emotions to it? Seven times 3 equals 21. What you'll be drinking to celebrate MOASS? I don't know. The most expensive champagne I can get my hands on that day. And then I'll have a headache. No, no, Bendy Shaft. There is no August 40th. Yeah, we're gonna retest 225. I'd rather not, Grizz. I'd rather not tell them that the markets are closed on September 6th. I'm just gonna let everyone find out. One tweet has now been deciphered. Hopefully that gives you guys the key that you need to figure out the rest. Good luck. What's my Twitter? It's you gherkin it. Or at gherkin it. I think. It's fucking linked in the description. I don't know what it is. If the key is basic math, you know that 95% of us are shit out of luck. There's other hints. That have no math involved. I don't know if I'll release the DD. I'm still on the fence. Now I'm curious to see what Trash Girk has been tweeting. Awesome, Bob. Why not just tell us why the secrecy? Well, I have discovered, much like DFE, that it's way more fun. Um, B, I don't have confirmation of certain aspects of it. All the gifts have cryptic meanings, except like the ones where I'm just tired. I guess those have a cryptic meaning too, but it means that I'm tired. I think those are like auto tweets. No silver reserve. I mean, I predicted the run up yesterday on Sunday. Although, to be fair, my run up was smaller. It was only $20, $25. AQS2 technical breakout. Why are people on this stock? Is this like a Wall Street Bets thing, or is it like a Matt Kors thing? It's just like some shitty penny stock. Who fucking cares? You are average, Joe. Just a shill thing. Wall Street Bets. Cross getting dunked. Eh. Do you know of any options broker that lets you transfer and buy options sooner than 5 business days? Only Silky Smooth Cerebellum. Only if you have a margin account. I think Fidelity, if you have your bank account linked, only takes like a day or two for cash to settle. It's like a lot faster. Okay, Andrew. Good to know. Vids are like watching low volume charts. He's doing just fine, all right? And he's not a wizard. He's a stick boy. I'm gonna infuriate his chat real quick. Nice. What are you gonna go over there and say Adam Aaron's a shill? We'll run again at 2:30. Okay. Prediction noted, King Noah. How about 12:30? I'd rather run sooner. How about 12:29? Now you're thinking, multi blues. It's amazing how we trade exactly the same on 9 million volume that we do on 1. JFresh 1269. Would you roll your 10C cat into GME or let it ride a bit more? I mean, I'm in the money on them, but it looks like it's still going up. I'd be looking for the test at like 217. If it fails the test at 217, I'll sell them. But if it breaks through, I mean, they're gonna print super hard, right? I'm glad I held those actually. I thought about selling them yesterday. But potential upside was so good on it. He made his chat subs only. I ain't subbing to that guy. I thought about doing that in here just to find out how many people are not subscribed. But then I was like, I don't really give a shit because I'm only going to be doing this for like another little while. I'm here, Dibsim. What's up? I would unsub if you did that. How would you know? Yeah, it's definitely how you get an echo chamber. But I mean, an echo chamber is what you want when you're selling AMC to people, right? You don't want to be a YouTuber, and I don't want to support one. So we're at a crossroads. All right. I don't give a shit. How about go fuck yourself? Or don't. Please define a little while. I already did. How does Andrew Money have the same number of viewers as me? That dude has like hundreds of thousands of subs. No, I'm not fixated on anybody. I just don't like any of them. Why are you such an antagonistic little prick, randomized? That's my job. They're all bots. Well, you guys have told me you're all figments of my imagination, so I don't know what Stefan's doing. I don't know why I moved the chart. Just updating Reddit real quick, guys. 1 second. Hey everyone, don't be mean, snarky, salty son of a bitch in chat, or Girk will ban you. He hates competition. The only person I've ever banned was Jamie G, and that's because he was a nut job. And he's probably still in here. It feels so good to have things to post about with the stock throughout the day instead of just being like, hey guys, it's still flat. Oh, look at them taking advantage. No. That means you're just confirming my bias. Hello, insert YouTube streamer name here. It is a great to subscribe to. Great content, fellow man. First off, hey everyone. Okay, I got this. Nice chicken tender, daddy. $203.50 after that little bit of shorting. That's Stefan. Windmill Willie. Jamie G, the only free thinker. Jamie G likes nut meat. Jamie G is a nut meat. Sorry about Jamie G. Sometimes my AI bots are failures. No, snow case. Not necessarily. A little bit. Your chat is entertaining as fuck. Thank you. Thank you, Adrian. Or Adrian PD. Are you hesitant to post the DD because you discovered the Elliott wave perfectly explains GME's price movement? If that was the case, I would just quit doing everything that I do. We still in a descending wedge on the daily chart? No, we broke out. How can you tell it's shorting? Because of the volume. In MOASS, could we compare running aggregate by volume? Hold on, I lost it. What? Holy shit, Ross, Visceral Records. Thank you so much for coming to Pigeon Whale, dude. Is that a renewal? Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Praise be to VWAP. May she ever trail behind your moving average. That's a nice carrot. I can't remember if you were a pigeon whale already or not. Synthetic total as potential MOASS and 650 buy only volume is the start of my percent increment sells with TA. That's actually not a bad idea. I think the short interest might be a lot higher than that, though. If you figure out like the net short carryover every day from like 2015 to, you know, now, it's significantly higher. I checked them earlier and they weren't being purchased. So we only have a little while left with you. Time to ultimate flex. Thank you, Visceral. I appreciate that, man. Wait, did you create a new account? Are you a double pigeon whale? What the fuck is happening here? If you've double pigeon whale, then you're flexing on the pigeon whales? Holy shit, it's mind-boggling. Yeah, it spurts bull mayo. Nope, different channel. Double pigeon whale flex. What the fuck? You're fucking crazy, man. What birthed the pigeon whale on this stream, and is it related to the Urban Dictionary definition? Only after the fact, A Stone. We found out about like the Urban Dictionary definition of pigeon whale after we had already created pigeon whales. Pigeon whales were created when I was asked to summon the whales during a run up, and I cooed like a pigeon instead. It's in one of the early streams, but it's canon. Chow cookies after your job. Not a bad idea. The highest praise I could hope for. Future name of my yacht or area code sized estate. It's okay. I'll use it to buy GME Snickers. 4 months from now when I receive it. Man, what a scam. YouTube is, I mean, Google is just genius. They receive funds and then they lock them up for months, probably in some like index, accrue gains, and then release those funds back out. I don't get paid interest. What type of sale should be done? Limit sell, market order. So bear element, I have a breakdown of the order types in the exit DD. If you check that out, and I kind of explain them a little bit in the exit DD video. if you need some additional help. But there's also links in the exit DD for how each order type works. And so you can click those and read more about that also. And it depends on, you know, price action and stuff. Every order type has its place. Would having a wash sale affect anything when selling? I mean, for the washed asset, that you have like a higher tax liability, or you can't claim it as a loss. I think something like that. What does PIFI mean? Pickle Financial. This is Google shorting the content providers. Sorta. I think it's bullshit that landlords keep interest on deposits. Right? It should go into escrow. Can we make a video explaining the different situations in which you'd use the certain cell types? No. It's information that I can't provide to you. You're gonna have to figure that out on your own. It's pretty obvious. I feel like I made it very obvious without directly telling anybody. Grizzled, welcome back, man. How was your vacation? How do you think real estate market will be post MOASS? It takes a while for the real estate market to come down, even if it crashes. So it can take like a year or two to hit its like low. Right now, just ripping. It's doing great. Come have fun learning about how the markets work, why they don't, and how that affects you. I did write that at one point, Raul. Please consider creating a mini guide for EU brokers, since those have different order name functions. I fear we'll get effed. So here's the problem, the real Frankie, with that is that they all have different like order types and functions. Like there aren't any two that are the same, but I suspect that their order types work in the same manner, right? And so you just have to like figure out which of the order types available at your broker correlates to the order type that I'm discussing. And I've covered a few times like what to do if you don't have limit orders, or if stop limits are not available to you. Which is that you have to, if you only have market orders available at your brokerage and no other option, including transferring to a brokerage that does have them, then you are forced to sell on upticks. Low volume upticks are the ideal selling point. And then if you only have limit orders available, you just have to act as your own stop. So you have to watch the stock like a hawk. And then if it drops, you have to place your limit order. So you would still set your limit in the same place, except you wouldn't place the order until your stop would have been triggered. That's difficult too, because it requires some discipline, but all brokerages are not created equal. I mean, I think they just break up your position into multiple sales of like 10 million. How hard of a time does Fidelity give me when I try to transfer my millions out? I mean, they're not going to be happy about it, but they're not going to stop you. Sorry about that, real Frank. Yeah, but it's too all over the place. Like, I'd have to do one for each European broker, and I don't have time, honestly. But the order types will correlate, and so if you may have to do a little more digging than someone who just like has Fidelity and has all the exact same order types I listed, right? All right, Paradoxical, start cooking then. I'm bored. I want up, more up. That's a lot for all your work. I hope not many apes will try to day trade and miss the MOASS. I hope so too. I will reiterate, day trading GameStop, fucking stupid. Don't do it. Especially now. At these moments where we approach higher probability for MOASS, day trading becomes infinitely more risky. Or do it. I don't give a shit. I can't stop you, but you'll get burned. What's up with those 100 share sells from like 7 different exchanges at the same price? It's a sell wall. 20,000% candles coming any second. I have willed it to be so. Well, thank you, Games and Gains. I appreciate that. Do you think short hedge fund have any idea who they're dealing with in terms of the strength of the internet? I mean, retail aren't letting up, and I wonder if they genuinely understand that. I mean, it doesn't matter if they understand it or not. They're trapped in the position. It's like a cage, and it keeps getting smaller, right? Guys, if you have questions for me, please make sure that you tag at PiFi so I can see them in the chat. Ricky Lad, do you know if it's possible to purchase and trade U.S. stock options in the UK? Kind of seem to do it. I think you can. Maybe somebody from there can weigh in on that. Does anybody in the UK have access to U.S. options chains? Or like options trading? I think there is. What are your thoughts on Baba? Just let it ride out to worthless? I mean, at this point, probably. I should have been paying attention to this at like 167. But it looks like it's turning around, so maybe there's hope for some upside to get back out. How far out are you on them? I think mine are in October. If you have weeklies, I mean, you might be fucked. But if you're a little further out, you might be okay. Beep. I want to reiterate that my prediction was a 1245 rep. All right, noted. Can I get a fuck day trading in the chat? I mean, you can't stop people from making money, right? Like, you can bitch about it all you want, but it's not going to stop the people that do it from doing it. It's an expensive stock to day trade. Hargoose Lansdowne does not allow limit or stop loss on GME, so I won't be selling any held in there. Fair enough. They only allow market orders. Kim Campbell.
Welcome to the Billionaires.
Thank you so much for joining the Zillionaires. I appreciate the support. Hit me up after the stream on the Discord, and I will be sure to get you added into the Zillionaires Country Club. They weren't. I mean, they weren't. They're not shorting within the money puts. I think the IV is too high. They have a bunch of out of the money puts, but they stopped buying those as soon as those went out of. Or so they did buy in the money puts when we were below 200. They were buying them at 210 and 200 and 190. And then as soon as we went above 200, they stopped buying them as these contracts went out of the money. But I have it open on my screen. It's just not doing anything. Calls are still coming in, like shitloads of calls. I just want to thank you for talking about that squeeze momentum oscillating indicator. I'm loving it. Awesome. Akshath, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, dude. IBKR or something. Shit. Okay, I lost that question in the chat. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to turn off top chat because that shit's annoying. If it's okay if shares in a margin account, or should I move them to a cash account? I would want them in a cash account, Girthy. Especially if like it's within the same brokerage, like you can move them quickly. That also means that your shares are probably being lent out. Can the short hedge fund sell their position as a bundle, like credit default swaps in 08, or are people wise to that? It's everyone's super wise to it, and no one's gonna buy them. Yeah, yeah. If you wanna trade GME's movements, options and CFDs are not only that, probably like the safest way to do it. On eToro, we get market orders, stop loss, and take profit. That's it. What the fuck is the difference between a market and a take profit? Chase companies are being looked at by the SEC. Yeah, I mean, they always are. Zombie Lumpy, thank you so much for coming to Long Johnson, man. I appreciate it. Don't forget, guys, for all the new members, I know there's a bunch of you. In the community tabs later today, I'll post the live stream for this weekend, the members only live stream, and just set a reminder for that so you don't miss it. This cycle doesn't result in MOASS. Do you think it's most likely going to occur after the next 90-day cycle, or is complete, or do you see this carrying over into 2022? That's still hard to say at this point. Was Friday looking good for out of the money puts since Tuesday run up? No. I expect more upward price action this week. Oh yeah, I mean we could definitely move more today. There's a lot of time left. Remember, we were pretty dead yesterday until like 2 o'clock or 1 o'clock. When did we run up yesterday? Let's see. Our run up started yesterday at like really kicked off at like 107 is when we started to break out. So looking very similar today. See what happens. I mean, what about yesterday, though, Jonathan? Was yesterday not volatile? I've called TD on multiple occasions. I have a margin account and have been assured that as long as I don't carry a margin balance and maintain 25K in the account, my shares won't be lent. Okay. That seems correct. But can they sell your shares because you have a margin account? Have you asked that question? That I'm curious about. Like Robinhood can. I know some other brokerages will as well, if the volatility of the asset is deemed to be risky. I just sold a 2,500% gain on GME call. Felt amazing. Awesome, Adam. Yeah, last Friday. Great time to buy options. That's why I did. Put their pickle in my jar. Thanks for the daily fix on TA and shit talk. You got it, Dan Revolution. I closed my NVIDIA warrants and I made 100% profit for the first time. Thanks for the help. What help? Good for you, man. I'm glad you made some money on those. That was a fucking gamble, though. Take profit is a term I've seen with certain brokers. It's equivalent to sell my entire position at market price. Holy fuck. Yeah, don't use that order type. So if you only have market orders, you can sell at upticks. So when this pennants form, when the volume dies down and the volatility dies down, you get these consolidating pennants, right? You can like on a green candle, you can sell on an uptick. And that limits the range to the downside that your market order will likely fill. And that is the safest way to trade those. Unfortunately, though, you will commit to a sell. So unlike with the stop limit where like you don't actually have to sell, like if the price bounces, you can just cancel the order and follow it up. It triggered yesterday, big billionaire. I don't know when. I think I described it yesterday morning pre-market in the stream. I also kind of talk about it in this week's like forward-looking video DD. Okay. So as long as you don't carry any margin balance, you're fine. I plan on ignoring the first couple wedges. That's fair. At Carl, no position is worth your liver. I mean, it's like a bottle of wine, right? I know like 100-pound girls that can put away a bottle of wine and they're fine. Carl's a big boy. I don't think it's going to kill him. Might not be healthy. Hmm, 1 o'clock. What's up, Goya? Welcome back, man. White Claws all day while on OnlyFans. What happened to the momentum? Give it time. God. Everyone's so fucking impatient. We just traded for like weeks under 180. And now you're like, why aren't we at 400 yet? Spoiled. Absolutely spoiled by yesterday's price action. Dill Lil. I don't know how many of you guys saw the post I put up last night on Reddit. But it was kind of just like a word of encouragement for people to not like let the psychology of this take over, right? Because it's a lot, and for people that are at risk of anxiety, depression, things like that, it's really a lot. Um, and the only takeaway I really got from that is there's just a bunch of cunts on Super Stonk. They're just like, what happened today? So you're scrolling Super Stonk like a madman, posting on shit, and you don't know what happened today? Like, oh, I've been trading my entire life. This is no big deal. 40%, like 27% up in a day means nothing. Trolls and shills. Yeah, seems like it, right? No concern for the people that that was actually meant for, right? I got kind of pissed about it. I'm so sad it hurts. With my 4 months of trading experience, this means nothing. The diamond hands are not forged in the dip. They're forged in the rip. Conformist. The edit at the end of your post spelled it out very clearly. I did. I did spell it out pretty clearly. But those feelings are what will make or break you in this. Even fucking people that are like narcissistic or sociopathic are affected by market psychology, right? Because they can be affected by greed. No one is immune. And to say you are is just bullshit. I'm not a fucking empath. I just know what makes people paper hand. I don't want any fucking paper hand bitches running around, right? Any thoughts on it? I mean, he was a little late to the party, but it was interesting. Puget Sound. Three posts down on yours, somebody goes on about the infinity pool. I mean, those are the same people that have their shares locked up in computer share. Cool. That just means the peaks are going to be longer. I'm all about it. How's SPY looking? It's up 28 points. I'm immune. Slept in the office this past week because my wife started losing it. You'll start losing it too, don't worry. Everyone will. You're immune at 200. You're not immune at 400, 500, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. It gets hard to ignore those numbers. What price per share do you think is too high to be realistic? I don't know, like $1 billion? Probably not going to happen. There's such a big difference between $1 million and $1 billion. Red post is greatly appreciated. May not the post we wanted, but the one we needed. This is a great word. Keep it up. Thanks, ADDDD. I just when volume starts to dry up, price still goes up, but is ready to come back down. What? Yes, volume is one of the main indicators that they have reached a point of parity on the short interest. And that's when a wedge would form, right? Is that they have bought up the synthetic interest on the stock, and then wedges are going to form as they try to buy up the actual shares that they need. Will you be in your Discord to help your community? No. I've given all the information at this point that I feasibly can to assist those that wanted to learn. And, once it starts, they're on their own. I can't hold anybody's hand. Not only legally, but, I mean, I am human too. What if I fuck up my exit and then 1,000 other people do the same thing? That'd be terrible, right? Can I hold your hand to like just go on a walk? Stop trying to assign emotions to me that don't exist, Hales. I'm not some shitty high school boyfriend that you can fix. Sure seems there's a lot of people in chat today trying to get you to do illegal things. I know. Yes, there are definitely issues with using trailing stops during MOASS. The high volatility means that you will sell probably at a far lower price than you want to. I also covered that earlier today too, Puget. We went over like a lot of order information. Literally write down your exit plan, know your price points, know the amounts you plan to sell at those price points, write it down. Yep, Carl, that's right. Everybody somewhere should have something written down with their plan for MOASS, right? Take that exit DD or whatever other exit DDs there are. I don't know if there are any, but take those, use that to formulate a plan for yourself based on your own position, and stick to that fucking plan. I'd rather go to Mormon third base. There's no Brazilian wax fund. Reddit. It's not wrong, but it's just one aspect of several other factors. James Martin. I just printed your DD out. Does that count as a plan? No, because the DD is just a framework for how to exit. It doesn't apply. You still have to apply your position to the DD, right? And this isn't like not beneficial for me or anyone else who follows it, right? Because the more people following the same exit strategy, the more likely that exit strategy is to work. Has Crayon read Crayons DD yet? Oh, J Fresh. You saucy boy. Some baby pigeon whales are clearly afraid to leave the nest. Not holding their hand during the mess is just the kick out of the nest they need to learn to fly on their own. I mean, I told everybody you've got months to paper trade and learn how to execute orders. You can just go paper trade the highest volume stock every day. You guys had time. You still have time. It's never too late to learn. I gave you all the tools. Whatever you do with them, that's on you. Have you seen the 1.8 million shares drop on Palantir? Looks weird. Otherwise, please mention prices once in a while. Oh, 210.67. We're coming back up above VWAP right now. Possibly for our run. A few minutes late, but it's here. Someone had an extra martini at lunch before they came back and hit the buy button. It's 10, 20, 10, but I don't know how high we can go. That's why you exit in steps, right? Because if you drag out your exit over multiple exit points, then your exit will follow the curve of the price movement, right? So if the price movement goes like this, over, you know, like, and you exit at each of these points, then, you know, your overall exit will be right around the median, right? So you will take greater profits. It's okay, Greg. I have a few AMC shares that I'll practice with first. Nice. I have 30 I can't sell. Brandon Anders, thank you so much. Or Anders, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate that. Hit me up over on the Discord, and I will be sure to add you to the Billionaires Country Club after the stream is over. Or you can do it yourself. If you want to check out the announcements channel, the instructions are pinned. If retail is not selling right now, are we still getting synthetic ones? Yes, Luff. I suspect that the shares traded on GameStop are probably not part of the real float. They are introduced liquidity. We'll miss you too, Simp for Stick Boy. You know, someone tried to buy the Stefan NFT out from under you. Not that I've made him an NFT, but I just want you to know that. People are gunning for Stick Boy. But I said you had first dibs. For a single X holder, selling shares one by one is okay, right? Yeah. Right? Because that still represents a percentage of your position. God, my exit DD is good. Think about this. In all this time, the only change has been that it could run up a little harder. Jesus. Okay. That's hard. I wish Ko-Fi would stack those. No one had an extra martini at lunch. They had Yarritos on the rocks. Jokes aside, appreciate your insight. Thank you, Lance Bass. During MOASS, any thoughts on selling shares in tax advantage accounts, Roth, before or after selling shares in taxable accounts? That's up to you. You can determine which way you want to do that. I mean, the worst, it really doesn't matter, right? Because, like, worst case scenario, you have to pay, like, a fee to pull the profits out of the Roth. I guess I would do the, I mean, if you're selling in that curve, right, again, and, like, you have a Roth, like, and you sell the Roth at the entry and exit of the curve and your main position at the peak, this means you'll have the most net capital available immediately. I'm a true AMC diamond hand. Fucking Cash App won't let me sell my 30 shares. I don't know if that's a AMC diamond hand. It's just annoying. Especially because I bought them for like $5. Or $6. is pumping the price of the Stefan NFT. That was me, the double pigeon whale. I require my own NFT. And so it shall be, Ross. I'm just gonna start making weird pickle art NFTs. That's gonna be my new career. What would CNBC say during MOASS? I don't know. It's probably something about Redditors destroying the markets. So dedicated videos so I can pass it around to people without timestamps. I don't care, Stefan. I'm not interested in your advertising GameStop to people. That's on you. There's really no more insights to it. Everything is there. You just have to they have to do the work. If they're not willing to do the work, they're not going to hold the fucking shares anyway. Thanks, Elliot Kahn. Can I sell a picture of my pedicure as an NFT? Surely that would go for a lot, piss my ass. I mean, for the next couple months, OnlyFans is probably appropriate for that kind of content. I've heard you can make money with your feet there. If you had to boof a fruit or vegetable, which would you choose? I don't have to do either of those things. Neither. But I like the idea of boofing. GameStop down to 30,000% at 12 million. You have the right to sell any Photoshop images I create for you. Royal Pigeonwell can fetch you a pretty penny one day. Thanks, David. I appreciate that, man. Maybe. It kind of what are they gonna what fuckery are they gonna pull with your money in your account? Why would they? Right? If you're holding money with them, that's fucking awesome for them. So you've trusted them to hold your shares all this time, but you don't trust them to hold your earnings? I know the system's corrupt and broken, but like there's a advantage for them to hold the shares or hold the money, right? Like they're incentivized to treat you well because you have a lot of wealth in their brokerage. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're going to try to sell you every financial product on the planet, but to get as much of that money off of you as they feasibly can. But they're not just going to like disappear your money. Thanks, Bart. What would be an obvious sign of liquidation? The ask side of the order book will clear out. Volume will increase from halt to halt. Constant, like repeating halts. I would say 3 in a row would probably be a pretty decent confirmation. And the bid will continue to rise. So those are the big indicators for forced liquidation as I have seen it play out, which has not happened very often. I think it will be important for this community to have an elevator speech to explain what is happening, simply so the narrative coming out of this goes the right way with the general public. It's very simple. We like the stock. No, I understand what you mean, but there's no way we're gonna be able to fight back against the narrative that the mainstream media is gonna push, right? Which will be negative. She got interested about it just today and asked me if I can say hi to her. Her name is Julia. Hello, Julia, from Muhammad. Oh, from me. Hello. Well, they're just getting into their kind of things from lunch right now. Thoughts on Fidelity credit card post MOASS? Seems fine. GME was up 25% because of Best Buy earnings? Jesus fucking Christ. He even knows that's not true. Kramer. I think that's ultimately what pisses me off about Kramer the most. It's like he knows what the fuck is going on, right? Like, you don't get to be a hedge fund manager being a complete fucking moron. I mean, you can get close, but ultimately no one's going to trust you with their money. And then he still just blatantly lies about it. Or maybe he's just been doing the news and coke so long now that he just doesn't know. People need to learn more about FDIC limits and how to spread out that money to keep it insured. Fidelity will actually do that for you. They have like a cash sweep account, and they'll split your cash up into however many accounts it takes for them to all be fully insured. Well, when you see wedges form, sort of like here, they will have a peak, right, where the volume dips. Oh man, hold on. It's working? Okay. Where the volume dips, you can follow that upper trend line. And then you'll have a floor that starts at the bottom of this big first candle right here. The candle that is the peak is also the floor, right? And then you can place your stop below the wicks. And then you can place your limit below that. And that way, if the price breaks out, like it is, you can cancel this order and wait for the price to move up to the next wedge, at which you can then place another stop limit. And if it breaks down, you sell 10% or whatever your breakdown is. And that ensures that you don't get baited into the wedge. He's not dumb, but he sounds like a bumbling idiot. Yeah. I think he's acutely aware of his influence on the market, which is far larger than it should be. It's like almost as bad as those like YouTube day traders that like front run their audience by having like a delay on their stream. My mom sees me watching your stream every day. She just got interested today. Can you say hi to mom? Her name is Danielle. She says you're nice, but no Matt Kors. That's her favorite. Oh, I was a fucking kick in the balls, David. Hello, Danielle. David's mom. Matt Kors is a shill. Is this probability for MOASS or just a short squeeze in general? MOASS. Thank you for the donation, David. I appreciate that, man. You should place the new one before canceling the old one, though, if your broker allows it. Why is that? Oh, see, and it fell. I guess that's why. That was weird, though. That's less likely to happen on high volume. What we have is a candle forming. Jesus Christ. Thoughts on Mirren? Seems on a new run. It might be. It just gets pump and dumped like every other week. I don't like her either, but she birthed me. My dad is long AMC. How did I turn so well adjusted? If you're still in the city post MOASS, our heartfelt thanks will be a pigeon whale call and a tip of the cap at Trader Joe's cashew section, slice shop, or omakase at Masa. Nice. Ooh. Maybe I'll eat that today. Do something to... What do you want me to do? Here. I'll reposition the pickle. It's those wicks? No, because you set your stop below the wicks. Silicon. Double pigeon whale power hour seems like it could be helpful. What if all the whistleblowers this year were in the SEC? It's a good question. I had a missed call from a 212 number. Why you calling me? Dude, no one has 212 numbers anymore. At what time frame would you set the stop limit? 1 minute? Yeah, on the 1 minute. Any theories as to what's causing the sideways trading today? Oh, the volume just died. So we've actually had very little volume since like around here. It's been in a, if I zoom out, you can see it a little better on the chart. Pretty steady decline. Actually, kind of from here all the way down. We had a little spike here, and then it's dying back off again. Yeah, I think the volume will pick up at some point. Or it won't. We stay pretty flat for the day. I mean, it's still within the expected price range, just not up as much. How are these apartments making money selling studio apartments for $3,500 a month? What? Didn't I say I live in the city? Glad I bailed on cores a couple months ago for you, Pickles. Thanks, James. I appreciate that, man. How and why does volume just stop? I know it's buying. I mean, the volume's higher than it usually is, right? It's just, it's the buy and sell pressure have reached an equilibrium currently. I hate moths. Yeah. Your favorite pattern is forming the intraday cup and handle. You shut your mouth, Chris Underwood. God, it even looks like one out here. Why? We are in an uptrend, however, which is annoying. Oh shit, I haven't updated Reddit. What was that low at? Oh god, I got a hair in my throat. Oh, that was terrible. It's like resting right on top of my tonsil. Would you say we're coming to the apex of a bull flag pennant on the 1 hour? That would make sense. Hmm. Kind of I guess the majority of the volume's traded there. It looks like we're bouncing off that lower resistance now. Ooh, what's this? I'll get rid of that. Ugh. Your girl must be a happy lady this morning. There would not be hairs involved in that process. Wrinkle brain. I'm kind of worried. Oh, it's still there. Oh, that's terrible. Yesterday at Ripple, I was at a meeting. I have a meeting in 20 minutes. Well, maybe it'll rip. I'm so jelly of your order book. I want my VWAP to be accurate. I mean, your VWAP will be accurate for your order book, right? Because your candles are synced to that. Mine's just different. Not. It's just more accurate. That's all. Maybe Watson and Holmes. I mean, we still have a shitload of people in here, I think. Yesterday it ripped because of Guybrush. You think so? Is Guybrush the key to MOASS? Because I'll put this fucker in here right now. Guybrush for MOASS. JFresh. JFresh, on a scale of 1 to ecstatic, how how do you feel about Guybrush 3 pickle? You know, if we run right now, you've just introduced hundreds of new people to like Monkey Island, right? I love the part in the description that says find out why the markets work, why they don't, and how that affects you. I mean, understanding why the markets are actually inefficient is very important to trading, right? Because the efficient market hypothesis would mean that trading is bullshit. But I think the efficient market hypothesis is bullshit, as GameStop has proven over and over and over again. Cup and handles. So cup and handles can form on any time scale, right? They're just super inaccurate. So like on low time scales, is like 15% chance of a breakout. Now we may be seeing them form as, because of the manipulation that occurs on GameStop. But it's also on larger time scales. This isn't that pattern, right? It's also that. Which is an inverse triangle or ascending triangle. On longer time frames, they become more accurate. So like over 3 months, they're like I think around like 52%. And then at like 6 months, they're what was it? Hold on, let me check my back testing notes. I don't generally ever buy into stocks that move so slowly that they have a 6-month cup and handle, but oh, it looks like, what the fuck happened? It's weird. There we go. 61.4%. So even at their best, they're less reliable than a lot of other indicators. %, I'll take it. Well, it would have failed, right? Because that would have been the cup and handle. And then if it reverts to like 50%, I guess at 205 it fails, technically. So the floor of it is 201. Yeah, so at like 205 this fails. Can you please recap your perspective of this action so far today? I mean, we went up, we got shorted, and then the volume died. We opened at 159 yesterday. I'm aware. Bought shares in Fidelity with cash account. Shows position held in margin. Called Fidelity, said the purchases were settled with cash, no margin used. Are the shares still being lent out? Call them again and ensure that your shares are not being lent out. Crest. Because they may be. I know, I think that notification also comes up when you transfer shares to Fidelity, and you have to call and ensure they're not being lent out when you transfer shares as well. Could you explain how backtesting works? How a regular schmo could start? There's programs for it, and you can like go back and test the accuracy of different formations on different time scales, right? And then you can add up those tests and determine like an average. So like how often does it break the way you expect? And they're kind of individual because everyone draws them differently depending on, how they learned to do TA. But I mean, ultimately pattern recognition is just a small part of the whole thing, right? So like there's more to technical analysis than just pattern recognition. You'll find a lot more success if you can combine that with, other factors. Look at this Head and Shoulders. I know. Do you think your beginning of price predictions, beginning of day price predictions are still accurate? Aren't they? What was the low? The low's like 185. And we only dropped to 193 today. We're definitely trading in the lower band of the price prediction. That midpoint is the top of the lower band. Two smooth brains, such as what? Did I answer another question of yours and not complete it? I don't know. Just ask me the full, like, write your questions in complete sentences. No problem, Chris. Is VWAP a better indicator and why? Sorry if this has been asked. VWAP gives you a good idea of the price that the volume for the day is traded at. There's some other effects of like the volume weighted average price is that if you're trading above that average price, algorithms are more bullish. Some algorithms, not all of them track this, but some of them track moving averages. And if you're below it, they're more bearish. I haven't had to explain this one in a long time. Also, you can Google VWAP. VWAP can be found at a search engine near you. My concern was not maintaining the volume and it dying out at some point. I mean, we've traded almost as much volume as we traded yesterday. It's just that we happened to trade it all in a very short period of time. What made you suspect that there would be forced liquidations earlier today? Gut feeling or some other indicator? We ran super hard yesterday. There's short positions that got trapped under the weight of that movement that will, ultimately be margin called. That doesn't mean forced liquidation necessarily, but those smaller positions will be margin called at some point this week, and they will have to cover as long as we maintain these prices. Which will then drive the price up more, causing possibly even more margin calls. Like small funds that were short GameStop at like 150 are trapped under, fucking $40 of movement, $50 of movement. Yeah, no problem, Zephus. Pegasus formation? It's just a really deep... No, it's like a Head and Shoulders. It broke down a little bit. Not all the way. Buy pressure's picking up. So we're moving up. A little. Doesn't look like volume's coming in on the buy pressure yet, though, so... Yeah, just margin calls on probably retail, like day traders, and smaller funds that may have like a tiny short position on GameStop. Not like the big boys, not like Citadel, Susquehanna, Point 72, Melvin, but like there are a lot of other small funds, that like active trading funds that, are probably trapped under that and that they'll have to buy back in as their margin limit is breached very quickly, right? No, not really. I mean, they can start at any time. It's just whenever they decide to cover. Think we'll start a run up today? I do, SK. I still have pretty good faith in a run up today. I know it's taking a little while, but I mean, I rolled forward like 50 grand in profits, so I have confidence in it. At least that much, right? Thanks, Curious Still. No, I don't think so. Why? There's like it's not it's not within any cycle that would explain July 16th put movement. What was their reasoning? That doesn't make any fucking sense at all. The July 16th puts are a big fucking nothing burger. Probably most of them sold, right? In order to create a marginable limit to buy calls with. Crean thinks tomorrow might be more green. That's good. It might be. I think today is yet to be green, but it will be. Elliott Wave guy says up. Who gives a fuck? 'I read the XDD breaking down my strategy by percentage with the first significant down wedge when SI returns to 100%. Would everyone unloading 5 to 10% of positions be a pretty drastic sell pressure? I mean, everyone left. MS. You guys, it's fucking. Uh, 50% of the current GME holders will have sold before $10,000. Another 50% of the remaining will have sold before 100,000. Another 50% of those before a million, and another 50% of those before 10 million. That's who will be selling the peaks with you. So not a lot of fucking people. Apes aren't the only people that own the fucking stock, are they? We own a lot of it, but we're not the only ones who own it. There's fucking people who own GameStop that 90% of their portfolio is AMC. I mean, there's an exponential paper hands floor. I mean, the point is the paper hands don't fucking matter because of share lockup. There's too much of the real float locked up for paper hands to matter. Little funds and institutions and pensions, they're all going to be selling all the way up. And it does not fucking matter one bit. It doesn't affect the peak, nothing. Where'd you get those percentages from? Is there data on that? Selling follows a curve. It's true in every trade I've ever done. And yeah, there is. There's data on, where positions are exited. You can look it up. Up to 76% is used. It's made up on the spot. You can look up like Wyckoff distribution as a very good example of how market psychology affects a rise in price and then a reevaluation of that asset. Sounds like you did it perfectly, Ride or Die. Set this. Yeah, you want to set the stop below the price, but I think he was just trying to sell at 46. So you'd want to set the stop at like 45 and the limit at 40 or whatever. I mean, AMC's, I don't think, moving that much today that you need to set it, yeah, that low, but. Are you holding your September 3rd calls overnight? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Or just paper trade. Like, you don't have to buy an actual stock to practice trading. I mean, that's always the case. Vitality just has a disclaimer for it, hanging plant. But anytime you sell shares under 100, they're putting a lot. There we go. It's go time. An exit DD are advising to wait before one's floor before starting to set orders. Could you tell us the range of your own floor, a number of digits? You don't have to have a set number. Could you share how you'll determine now in that time? I mean, I'm going to begin trading at the peak, right? So like after forced liquidation the volume on forced liquidation has halted, right? And the volume, well, not halted, but started to die off and a pennant forms. That is where I'm beginning trading. Now, I have a big position, so I got a lot of time to extend that out over. So, if this halts, if this first pennant is not your floor, you can wait until it goes up. But no, I'm not going to give you a price. Sorry, Luke. Good to have you back, though. 100% GME. I'll sell some of the way up to secure house money so I can ensure the remainder isn't touched until true MOASS. Thoughts on setting aside short term versus long term? What do you mean? Short term versus long term what? I think it can be days between pennants. Pennant like a flag. Not pendants. Pendants are like a necklace or like, well, not a pendulum, but that's a pendant. which is, you know, derived from the word pendulum, which is like if you have like the little blade on like a rope and it swings, it goes back and forth. It will assist you guys a lot more if you know the actual terms for things. No, it can't. It won't be days between them. They will play out pretty quickly. Over and over. I mean, there'll be halts probably still, but less frequently than during forced liquidation. GME at 3K share, that's when I sell. All right. That's low, man. You're gonna leave a lot on the table. It was worth a try. Good luck. Back to you. Glad to be back to you. Thanks, man. Like the Christopher Nolan film Tenant. All right, looks like we got another bounce off of this low. 206. So we're getting lower high or higher lows. And we're still in an ascending pattern. It's just real fucking slow and shitty. Pundit? That has nothing to do with stocks at all. All right. Goddamn. I'm gonna deal with this trolling bullshit. Do pendants form around the head and shoulders on the 3 minute? All right, that was good. That was a good one, Idaho. You say hello to the missus. Fuck you. Trades after hours during MOASS. Fuck yeah. Why not? If your brokerage allows you to. Nope, Jason. More up. The bleed is done for now. But keeping the stock flat today is working, isn't it? This isn't about money. It's not about up or down. It's about psychology. That's the only way for them to break us out of the position. So we ran hard yesterday, right? And we trade flat. And this scares people. They start thinking things like, what if this continues forever? and shit already in one day, 3 weeks of sideways and down trading, and everyone's like mostly fine. And then one day after a run up, people are already asking, oh, are we going to stay flat? Is it going to be like this forever? No. Down 1.3%. The price isn't right, guys. Patience. Patience and resilience. It is like herding fucking cats. Try to force people out of options. Yeah, that too. The does not want those to print any harder, right? Fucking literally up $45 yesterday. With a peak at like 50 something. Yeah, no, they can't continue it for too long, but they could force people out of options today by doing this. Like people get scared and paper hand their options, which allows them to de-hedge. Or people start selling their options, right? Which reduces that upwards pressure. Yeah, and we're still above $200. You guys are so used to looking at GameStop, I think, that sometimes you forget that $20 of range on a stock in a day is fucking crazy. We hit 193 today and 225. That's a lot of fucking movement. And as we know, movement is good for us because ultimately, like, all of retail is just holding the floor. So when we get volatility, it tends to push to the upside. If your chair doesn't show up before MOASS, will you post a picture on Twitter? I don't know if it's ever coming. It's been like 2 months since I fucking ordered it. But because it's good when we close above max pain because it means Citadel is out that money on all those contracts. Thanks, big photo taker guy. And if Citadel loses money week over week, so you'll notice in these trends when we start to move up, we'll start closing weeks out above max pain. And the more money they lose to this, the closer they get to margin call. Because it depletes their net capital, right? So ending above max pain, very important. I didn't buy it from Amazon Deadwood. I bought it directly from the company. They say it's still en route. I think it got washed away in a flood in China. How fast does GME go from 1 million to 10 million? Depends on how much it gaps up, poker. I'm not hitting that MOASS button until it's time, Kaiser Dan. Yeah, I've watched stocks during margin calls. There was a margin call on BBBY not that long ago. It just goes straight up. Forced liquidation goes like so a margin call, the price action's usually tempered, right? Because like institutional buying.
So they're trying to get the best price. So it's slow, but it's straight up. And then forced liquidation just goes like this, like big long upward candles. So it's a much steeper angle if you're just looking at the charts. Which you can see with some of the Archegos positions when those got liquidated. Except that was to the downside. How many 5-minute halts will we see during the MOASS? Lots. Yeah, no. There's like an ascending triangle from yesterday, Carl. If you go out to like the 15-minute and look at yesterday to today, it looks like we bounced off the bottom resistance on it, but we might again. Like one more bounce before it goes up. Shares on the Ever Given. But how long? I mean, if it gaps up, it can gap up significantly more than 10% and then halt, right? So it could gap up from like 1 to 3 million, right? And then halt at 3 million. Like that's a possibility. It'll halt where the next shares traded, right? When the bid is jumped like that. So you can, yeah, a stock can gap up into a halt. That happened on Volkswagen. If you go back and look at the Volkswagen squeeze on the 1 minute, you'll see it like gap up and halt a few times. It's kind of a bitch. You have to pull up the halt information from that date, which I think you have to get off the Wayback Machine, but you can find the halt information. There's a halt like right after it gaps up at one point, like $60, I think. Any estimate on your ultimate DD? Still under consideration, Deep. Will we see 225 again today? I mean, I don't see why not. Can you release your CDD and just a theory? No. No, I can't do that. The Saturday's hot tub stream is going to be a can't miss because it looks like it might be the last one. No, one more maybe, or it might be. There's a possibility. Mo Money reading Crayons. Oh Jesus, I don't know. Probably. VWAP is as flat as OB. If it's 225 again today, will you roll your calls that went in the money or wait for later? Wait for later. I don't know. Maybe if it gets rejected, I'll sell them and then roll them even further out. I'll think about it. So go watch Mo Money, JC. I read it. Guybrush for MOASS. He is there. Amazing thoughts. Missing stuff. Half the picture of something that I feel it was very important not to give half the picture of. Or, well, like a quarter of the picture of. But, you know, whatever. His Crayons mom read Crayons DT. But Jay Fresh, I played King's Quest as a kid, and yes, you're a dork. But in the pickle universe, being a dork is probably a good thing. Do you think Crayon read the DD before he copy and pasted it to Superstock? I don't know. If you'll have to say, well, it's a good question. To what extent? I mean, that's what forms the pennant is the volume dying down. TG or Tigger. Did Creon play Monkey Island? No, because he's probably not, because he's like 20. I'm just not going to Times Square for any reason. Ever. Used to be a pro MTG player. I see that. I was on the pro tour, but I did not win the pro tour. What do you think is Cohen? Probably none of them. Cohen, his assistant. Ryan, just look up Ryan Cohen's social media guy. No, I don't think so, JG. You have to remember when people sell options that are in the money, right? Then the market maker can then sell the so when they cover calls, they They buy shares, right? So when they're delta hedging calls, they're buying shares. And so when people sell in the money calls, they can sell those shares. That's how they cover their gamma exposure from calls. People selling options for sure to avoid theta. Yeah, probably. A lot of weeklies. Bob P. Oh, wait. Let's see if it works. This is disappointing. All right, that didn't work. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it.
Welcome to
Hit me up on the Discord, and I will be sure to get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club. Thank you so much, man.
Money sucks.
I don't know why that didn't work. Trade Trades is referring to AMC's dead cat bounce as a bouncy cat bounce. Chubb. Thank you for the donations, Chubb. I appreciate it. This is a bear pennant. It's generally not a good sign. Well, Symbol seems to have a 15-minute delay. As long as I track on Yahoo Finance or MOASS and make limit orders, should I be okay? I think Google Finance is more accurate, but yeah. You should be fine. You can also, there's a lot of, I think, are you in the UK, Daniel? If you're in the UK, you can use WeBull for charting. You just can't have an account. But the charting's free in real time, so I would recommend that over Yahoo Finance. I know, Dylan. Bear trap. Interesting. Maybe. I mean, these can break to the upside, but it's only like a 30-ish% chance. It's not great odds, but GameStop does weird shit, so. Again, intraday technical analysis on GameStop, kind of fucking useless. I'm in Canada. Yeah, so even in Canada too, you can download Webull and just you don't even have to start an account. You can still use it for charting. TradingView also, but I think you have to pay for real-time data on TradingView. Chop44, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate that, dude. Hit me up on the Discord, and I will be sure to, there it did it. Oh my god. I'll be sure to add you to the Dillionaires Country Club, man. Thank you.
We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo money sucks.
UK has level 2 data for free for 3 months. Yeah, it's always free for 3 months. I've burnt 2 email addresses making accounts, waiting for MOASS. Yeah, go nuts. Who gives a shit? Yeah, honestly, like, I will say that if you don't have access to charting software, for free, WeBull's probably your best option. However, I will note once again, don't put your GameStop in WeBull or like any relevant part of your position, right? One of my Instagram followers came forward as a January 8th. That's awesome. Have you found the level 2 order book useful in your opinion for MOASS? I downloaded Webull from you. Here's what I don't know about their level, the like level 2 that I paid for. Like the NBBO. It's not level 2. It already like level 2 is like $2.99 a month, and that's useless. This one, the $9.99 a month one, might be. I don't know how good if the data feed for this this like information is better, then it may be more stable during MOASS, giving you more accurate pricing. And since it's pulling from so many exchanges, it's a possibility that it will be. I'm not saying it's not necessary. You don't need a level 2 order book for fucking MOASS. Like, you're probably not going to use it, but I do like it. I'm not going to lie. For $9.99, it's a better data set than I think I've seen anywhere else. Why do they turn our bull flags upside down? I wonder how much will be sold short today. See, they break down. Weeble article just now says we tested 278 this afternoon. What? See one that says we double topped 227 on the pullback. One trader made a $300,000 bet GameStop would make its way towards 500 by September 17th. Trader bought 375 call contracts for $8 per piece. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the bullish bets are like rolling in on this downtrend. Like, this is the kind of price movement fucking Wall Street bets just eats up. I don't know. I don't use TDA. If only there was a way to encapsulate the copy pasted images into a stream tech or OBS, whatever he's using layer, so the automatic recognition text could be top layer. I can just move this guy. It says 277 Tuesday high. I think they meant 227. Or they're predicting the future again. Like last time. 277 is within my high range for today's movement. I fucking hope it does. That'd be dope. Thanks, Sahib. Mathematically, how can they cover at 5,000? Yeah. They get liquidated. 5,000. What's 5,000 times like 300 million shares? Yeah, it's a bit pricey for them at 1.5 trillion. An error on my calculator. Just put the zeros on the end and multiply by 5. Oh, Tuesday high? Oh, so it's just a misprint. I think they just meant it's just a typo. It's 65 cents at the money, Gopnik. All I'm saying is that we're in a consolidation period before a move to retest 277. Typo? Meant to say Wednesday high of 277. Okay, this is too much, like, fucking information all over the place. I'm gonna ignore it, because it doesn't matter, because we're not trading at 277 right now. Is a test of 277 in the cards for today? Yes. Will it happen? Unlikely. Is it possible that you make more during MOASS than some countries' GDP? I don't know. What are their GDPs? What's like a low GDP? It's not data I pay attention to frequently. Is a test of 1 million in the cards for today? No. We don't even have time. Do you think this event might crash the market, or are the recent rule changes from the DCC and the CC? Okay, Sirax, money's fake, right? It's not a real. It's not like it's just a number assigned to like perceived value, right? And so like they will just create loans from the Fed for the DTCC, and they will pack the losses into loans. Like I fucking guarantee it. So it's not going to like destroy the economy, right? Because it'll just become debt. Somalia has a GDP of 4.9 billion. I could make more than that. North Korea claimed their GDP was 18 billion. I've become debt destroyer of cans. Do you think it have higher gains in China? Probably. Crest called Fidelity, had my share switch over to a cash holding from type 2 to type 1. I also asked them not to lend out my shares just in case. Thanks for answering my question earlier. Awesome, dude. Cool shit. Absolutely, man. Anytime. I appreciate the donation, dude. Dunstan. Of course. Of course they'll that I said earlier that that debt will be used moving forward as collateral and sold. Oh, they'll sell it, all kinds of shit. And eventually it'll end up in the taxpayer's lap given enough time. Do you want a blockchain stock market? That'd be fucking awesome, but it would kind of, it might defeat trading as a, I mean, I would want it, but I think at that point, trading may no longer be as viable. It would be, but more like assets would be way more stable in a blockchain market. There'd be much less volatility. It's most an engineered event to redistribute wealth from the top 1% back to the people and therefore the government. Maybe, but the government can just make money, right? So why would they want it? I don't know. Let's go take off your tinfoil hat, Digital Good Time. Still all clear on the 15. Let me take a look at it. It's like a late breakout, though. There, but it is descending, so slightly. I mean, this bounce could be the breakout. 3. It entered from the downside. It's like very 50-50. Oh, look at that. We can kind of see it on this time scale. It's not accurate, but M Dub, thank you so much for coming along, Johnson, man. I appreciate that, dude. I'll put up the members only stream in the community tab as soon as the stream's over today. That way you guys can and I'll put a notification on the Discord also. I'll remind people as we progress through the week. All right, guys, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Like 5-10 minutes. I'm gonna get some coffee before power hour. For those of you listening in, trading at 205.02, possibly bouncing again on this resistance for this like 15-minute wedge. I'll be right back, guys. All right, I'm back. Did I miss anything fun? We rip? Well, a little bit. Hmm. I missed a whale tooth. Which momentum oscillator, Stefan? There's several. Hmm. I just feel like our crossover is going to be very close to the end of the day. Ooh. Poke it. Poke it, Pickle Man. Hmm. I use Henkin Ashi candlesticks. I'd imagine that you're using standard ones, which look like this. Correct? I use those. Why? Because I like them. Can you just tell me the name of the cocky bull thing you just added? It's called a bullcock. It's part one of how pigeon whales are created. So far, I hate today. Why? Are you not up $50 from where you were yesterday? Oh, so sad. I'm sorry you've only had $50 in gains per share in the last, day. Don't be a little bitch, Digital Good Time. What's the theta? Jeff G. Look up your theta value. And then you can use the Black-Scholes model. Plug your theta value in. Actually, you can just use a Black-Scholes calculator and figure out exactly how much money you'll lose in theta as the week progresses. Are you not financially entertained? The Pickle Finch. Interesting. Yeah, it'll come back. Just a bit of IV crush. Believe me, call options are being bought like fucking crazy right now. theta value, you should be able to find it over here, or whatever brokerage you have, wherever they display the options chain. It should have theta listed. If you have, what do you have? Two. So on a 230, you have 57 cents in theta times 100. So I'm trying, going as fast as I can.
Five, four, three, two, one, zero. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Your power hour sucks doing a thing. Time to touch butts. I think this one should be the waiting music in the morning before you come on. Maybe. Let me find some like YouTube easy listening track. Carl has not have used mod privilege yet. You're gonna redraw that wedge? I don't know. Maybe. Probably not. It kind of ends at the end of the day. Well, and I mostly just draw the triangles for your guys' benefit because you like triangles. They're not accurate on GameStop on the intraday. We have more volume today, so they're a little better, but not much. People are up that early? They are, Melissa. Like me. I'm up every day early. Well, I never really go to bed, but same thing. Why did you time out John the Freeze, Carl? How you timed him out? Jesus Christ. I see that. Don't acquiesce to their requests. You're a pigeon whale. Ignore them. J-Fresh for mod? That's a dangerous game. I don't want it, and I won't do any modding. You will. You'll just come in here and delete people's comments and shit for fun. I know you will. Daniel Taylor for mod? Never Dan from State Farm. Thanks for all you do, Pie. I'm in Disneyland for the next 4 days, so I'll be a bit spotty. Keep the launch pad and... What the fuck is that? Soup? Is that Soup Boxum? Thank you so much, man. Enjoy your time at that place. We'll see you when you get back. Maybe. What price point do you think is the point of no return? Hard to say. Here's a fun way to do it, though. Take Citadel's assets under management, Melvin's, .72s, and Susquehanna's, add them all together, and then divide that by the float of GameStop. Probably somewhere around there. You could do the synthetic. You could divide it by, like, I mean, do the low end, though. So, like, 300 million. Or 150 million. And then you know it's some number between that and the number you get. No, the DTCC insurance has nothing to do with that, right? You're talking about the price where the hedge funds get liquidated, right? At which point forced liquidation would begin to occur, which would be on the DTCC. I don't care, Greg. I don't want you to do it. You can't do math. Yeah, let's not worry about delaying our hot tub sessions, or losing a hot tub session to delay MOASS. It's not worth it. End of day poll? Too soon. SK. If you were hypothetically holding a 195C for Friday, what would you hypothetically do based on your predicted price action for the rest of the week? Hypothetically, of course. I mean, I already had an in the money option. I rolled it up and out. So I moved my in the money options up in strike from 157.50 up to 240. And I increased the number of options that I had at that price point. And out, or I'm sorry, 220. I rolled these up to 225 at a 1-to-2 ratio. I didn't roll those to the 240s. I rolled the 200s to 240. So I rolled it, the 157s into 225s for 9.3, which then made 2 contracts, right? 1-to-2. So I increased my leverage and raised my strike. They've got some short firepower today, let me tell you. But I like that the volatility is picking up. I mean, they can't short it down if they're broke, Protege son. Why would you move the option up rather than exercise? Well, because now I have 200 shares of leverage, right? 1 to 2 to 4 to 8. Why would I exercise it? This is 800 shares. If I exercise this, I would just have 100 shares. Oh, look at that. I've made $7 on metamaterials. Gross. I'm just gonna sell it. It's a distraction. I'd imagine as long as you want, no name, you'd probably want to plan for that money. That's not on me. That would be somebody with a fiduciary responsibility to you. Where are we actually on this wedge? Ew. Wait, hold on. There we go. It's still kind of shitty. So really... Hmm. This 15-minute time increment is annoying as fuck. I can't touch the tips. Ah, son of a bitch. Alright, fuck it, I'm done with this thing. It's there. Everyone knows where it is. That's the floor of it. Spurt running. Oh, cool. Look at that. This is what forced liquidation kind of looks like, by the way. If anyone was curious. Not yet, but this is what the beginning of it looks like. And would continue to look like as it played out. That means GameStop's about to rip. Someone here could check up if Melvin or Citadel are long on Spurt. Melvin is short Spurt. Photo, as far as I know. Yeah, standard shorting the breakout. Thoughts on Spirit? I have a 9C and a 14C. I mean, sounds like you're going to have to trade it. So if that was our line, and they shorted the breakout, we should go like that. out the end of it. We'll see. Spurt doesn't show up on Melvin's 13F. Oh, okay. I thought somebody said that they were short it or had puts on it. Ooh, OTC buy orders coming in. Fun. I have an agreement in place, Daniel Blaze, that if Carl dresses up as Gloria Stefan and reenacts the music video from Conga, then I will do one more stream. Post MOASS. Yes, Carl. I mean, they definitely shorted there, so we'll see. I guess one last attempt to drive it down before it runs. We got 43 minutes. I could probably do an end-of-day pull here. What's the word on this week's Gamma Ramp? I mean, a lot of it got sold off, right? Because it was super in the money. It's probably why we're so sideways today. Because people didn't hold. Some of it probably got moved up. A little bit of consolidation from yesterday. Any tips on how to be handsome? Don't try. Any tips on how to tell Good Time that he's a shill? Good Time's been in here since like day one of the stream. Yes. Wink. I sold my 300s yesterday. Yeah. Are they weeklies? It's not over yet. Can't wait to pick up my son at 242. No, I won't be, Daniel.
Total holdings of short hedge funds divided by estimated float plus synthetics, low estimate. Oh. Oh, what was the low estimate? Did someone do it? Oh, okay. So at 3,999 $3,993.36. That's the low estimate. So if short interest is higher, that number is lower. So the DTCC's got to break open the checkbook at $4,000 a share. Minimum or maximum. I mean, ideally, you roll volumes the same way you day trade a stock, right? So you roll at the peak, or you sell at the peak, and then you buy back on the dip. Does that worry you in regards to government intervention? No. Diamond handing these options is really fucking hard. So the clearing houses, the prime brokers, the lenders. No, not the lenders, but the prime brokers, the DTCC. And then the Fed. Prime brokers, institutional banks possibly that lent out margin. They could actually, they could be next before the clearing houses. The clearing houses are ultimately responsible for the locate, right? $8.25 for 9.3 hold. I mean, or you can roll it. So you could increase your number of contracts for the same date, or you could roll it out further to a later date, JBet. There's a lot of options. I think we might have. Yeah, our high is 227 today. Is it mathematically possible they can cover at 5,000? No. And that number is at 1,000 if you estimate, 4x margin across all their positions.
Yeah, that's relevant, Walford. Superstock has a boofing pole. Oh, Jesus. Oh, yeah, there's other short hedge funds. But that's when the big boys go down. Up 5 million shares in the dark pool so far today. I mean, Visceridge, they're still reported. Like, if you look at the order book, see everything that says OTC. Those are prints from the dark pool. If you like look on time and sales through my head, right here, these. See where it says OTC over there? All right, Dr. K. You're so whiny. He's an innocent little boy. What the fuck is your problem? Are you gonna put all your shit on him? Like an abusive parent? I mean, Melvin Capital is pretty big. They have like what, 17 million AUM or 17 billion. What's your thoughts on end of day price? I put up a poll. I don't know. I think we're gonna probably end around like 2-ish. But we could bounce and rip. I said 2 something, JC. Listen, call me a shill, and I'll delete Guybrush 3 Pickle from the emojis. You wouldn't? I fucking would. Test me. Yeah, it's like 200 something. Like right around where we're at. The fucking sideways into the end of the day, JC. How dare you? How dare you? Come in here and pigeonwheel yourself and demand 3 pickles and then call me a shill? Slander. Entertain me, do a dance. How about you entertain me and do some math? I don't force you to do the things that you're bad at. I think that was you two. Gamma for a shootout. Probably, yeah. The banhammer rain. Koya, thanks for the advice on Spirit. Got out with 313% gains on the calls. Should have invested more capital, but gains are gains. Damn straight, man. Awesome. I'm glad you guys fucking killed it over there. Now, if you want to hear about a really good fucking investment, let me tell you about a small video game retailer making big moves. In case you want to park those assets somewhere. No, not Best Buy. What the fuck? It's called GameStop. And I know some people that like the stock quite a bit. It's a brick and mortar, but with a growing online e-commerce presence. #1 show on daytime TV. Gonna miss that post MOASS. I'm even learning shit like as though you were PBS. Thanks for all you do. Thanks, Girded. Does the low volume since lunch concern you for the rest of the week? Not really. We're within the range, like the expected price range today. We haven't fallen below it. I have no concerns whatsoever. You draw a margin call pigeon. How does that work? Do more shorting. So we bullish tomorrow? Bullish every day. I can stay bullish longer than they can stay liquid. No, not really. Zombie lumpy. Weekly C30. Risky. Herva. I can't turn him upside down. He's a drawing. He's not like a file. Down to 199.74. I'm scared I peed. What are you scared of? Also, Kegels. Do your Kegels. If the short hedge funds smell urine on you, they're going to strike. Yeah, this is all just option shit. There's a... I mean, they bought all those 200 options earlier today, so they're probably trying to get those back in the money so they can get out from under them. Why the bleeding today? We're still up like so much. We're up $40. Who gives a shit? I told you it wasn't over. It's not really manipulation. I mean, I guess it is. I started an OnlyDans website for real this time and need some content ideas. I have a coming soon page up. I remind some of you 159 at 9:30 yesterday. That's correct, Digital Good Time. Tomorrow's range, even bigger. As long as we can stay above 185. Short it harder. I'm almost there. What's with the watermelons? Didn't that guy fucking bail on his watermelon bet? There must be some competent people working for those hedge funds. They must have come to the conclusion that MOASS is inevitable. Isn't shorting it more making it worse for them? No, it's making them survive longer. There is no worse for them. It's life or death. Right? He has a permaban now? Okay, so upgrade's not working. Thank you so much, Holly.
Welcome to.
I appreciate the membership, the upgrade. Hit me up over on the Discord, and I'll get you added to the Billionaires Country Club. I appreciate the support. Versus we hit resistance at 277 yesterday. Cantaloupe would be better. Ugh, grainy. Jim Leahy. What? What's the opposite of a Long Johnson? I don't know. Just like some downward momentum. See you later, TPBC. Should probably let Reddit know they're doing a big short. Yeah, a long time ago. This is a big short. This is the biggest short they've done in a long time. Gotta have the spicy dip for the spicy bounce. I nailed it. Elliott Waveguide nailed the 195. We fucking hit 193 today. Jesus Christ. So it's 195. It doesn't take Elliott waves to find support and resistance. I could draw fucking lines in between those also. Useless. Elliott waves are fucking useless. Promised 300. Tried. So if you close above 200, it's good. Very. Other guys said possible 180 retrace on Twitter. That's awfully low. So he was fucking wrong. That's what that means. Just say Elliott Wave Guy was wrong. Elliott Wave Guy posted incorrect shit on Twitter. Today's chart not look very similar to the chart since June. Weird. It does. Zero out. Elliott Wave Guy said my dad would come back from getting smokes. Hank and Ashi. Yeah, it is. I just like it better. I found that in backtesting, I tend to predict trend reversals more accurately with Hank and Ashi candles than I do with regular ones, but it's like barely a 2% difference. That's right, John Pook. Every day, man. Any day that we're not just hugely up, everyone gets like whiny. Are they settling on the 26th tomorrow? Because of the rollover periods, I think. But there's the 26th is just the beginning. There's much more. Elliott waves are always right the following day. I think if he was worried about people day trading the stock, he wouldn't have put out half of a fucking DD. Sometimes the smart thing to do is to keep your fucking mouth shut. Have you read Crayons? Yeah, I did. Could be, Ben. Could be more sideways. Maybe we rip on Friday. If close under 200, I will be execute. Well, don't be execute. Doesn't the stock usually dip on Fridays? Not always. Not the last 2 weeks. I think the last 2 weeks we had positive Fridays. We have to see where the gamma ramp shifts. Ugh, fucking lame. Lame shorts. What a bunch of pussies. And I mean that. I mean it. They are. Have you read Crayons old DD? You mean about T plus 21 and 35? And how those were gonna be MOASS? I have. I remember spending months telling people it was bullshit and no one listened to me. Right here, I have recordings. I know. I know some of you did. And you're still here. I'm salty every day. I love this rehypothecated board. But do you agree with his recent GGs about the rollovers? It's part of a much bigger picture, but yeah, he's not wrong about them. They exist. They do happen. They do have an effect on the price of the stock. But there's a lot of missing facets that are very important. So it's a very impartial picture. The old guy, I don't need to win. Not on that front. I'll just get rich. I'm fine. I know what it's about. Carlos Javier. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, I don't have one. I mean, we're kind of moving up right now. We'll see how it goes. Gherkin's sister. Priesta. Uh, they set up both a buy and sell all at 202. Yeah, SSR is pretty low. More up. Back up to open. Oh, look, down 404.2%. Guybrush for MOASS. He's right there. I know what the Dans have done. When's your big TT coming out? Maybe never. I don't know. I'm worried about your lungs from vape. Well, maybe you should read some scientific research papers on the effects of vaping and you'll be less worried. Thanks, active investor or active vestor. I just made a site for fun. I'm just super tired. I didn't sleep last night. Why would you hide DD from the community? Because without proof, it's just FUD, right? Crayon goes into swaps, futures, and shorts, doesn't tie them together. But I think all that matters are the shorts in the end, right? It's still the same thing you've been saying all along. I mean, yeah, that's all that does matter. Technically, that is the ultimate DD. Is the shorts haven't fucking covered. This shit ain't over yet. Thanks, Matt. I appreciate that, man. Well, it'll still do harm to your lungs. No, it won't. Did you read the comment right above you, Jimmy Neutron? Boy genius. Cybernetic construct. Pithy comment. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, dude. That's my problem with them. Can I work at your hedge fund after MOASS? Who said I'm starting a hedge fund? That sounds awful. Yeah, absolutely, Bob. Good having you in here, man. Are we forming a Carly Rae Jepsen? Close. Oh my god, Eddie, you remember the Carly Rae? I'm so impressed. I mean, this is the Carly Rae. Remember what happened last time we got a Carly Rae, Eddie? I do. Guys, the price went up. It went up bigly. I still need to make Urban Investopedia. Oh man, shorts on Lara bars. We've been through some shit, guys. We have. It's been a hell of a year. What is this Carly Rae? Oh, you weren't around for it. You have to go dig through my daily posts before I started streaming. Like way back. I actually tried to scroll back through my Reddit posts the other day, and holy fuck have I written way too much shit for this stock. Urban Investopedia sounds fire. Lit, I guess. Ding ding. Wait, where is it? $220. But mine might be more accurate. Thank you guys all for tuning in today. Another lovely day in the financial markets. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you all so much and have a lovely evening.